Chapter 2554. The void Tao pattern transformed into a heavenly saber that slashed at Gu Fei. The 9 saber lights tore through heaven and earth as though they were going to split the sky and earth apart. They displayed great power. This kind of great path divine saber contained the power of the great path. If one was hit by it, even a sage would be destroyed in both body and soul. Even a sacred emperor would be in danger of dying. Are you finally going to risk your life? Gu Fei's expression did not change in the face of such an attack. He was extremely calm. Virum. Just as the 9 saber lights were about to hit Gu Fei, a ball of misty celestial light surged out of Gu Fei's body. The void vibrated and the 9 saber lights instantly slashed into the ball of celestial light that was surging out of Gu Fei's body. The 9 dazzling saber lights dimmed immediately. The void Tao pattern that had turned into saber lights was faintly discernible. It seemed like it would dissipate at any time. Gu Fei used the secret word nothing. The power of the secret word nothing could destroy everything in the world. Even the sky and earth could be turned into true nothingness. The 9 saber lights were fixed in the ball of celestial light that was coming out of Gu Fei's body. They could not slash further. The secret word nothing. The heavenly great Saint Emperor was extremely shocked. At that moment, the 9 saber lights started to dissipate. They turned into 9 void Tao patterns and were beaten back to their original form. Then even the 9 void Tao patterns were destroyed by the power of the secret word nothing. You are no match for me. Gu Fei's body radiated with misty, celestial light. At that moment, he was practically invulnerable. No divine power or great technique could break through the ball of celestial light that was spreading out of his body. Humph! The heavenly great Saint Emperor's expression was extremely ugly. His opponent had mastered such a supreme, secret technique of the immortal path. Even if he had mastered a supreme, secret technique of the immortal path, he would not be a match for his opponent. With a snap, the heavenly great Saint Emperor crushed a piece of divine jade. A ball of celestial light immediately exploded from the piece of divine jade and enveloped him instantly. Swoosh! With a soft sound, the ball of celestial light enveloped the heavenly great Saint Emperor and disappeared into the void. Master! At this moment, Gu Zhong rushed over. Forget it! Gu Fei waved his hand and said he did not want to offend the primeval Tao sect. Of course, he was not afraid of the primeval Tao sect. After all, the primeval Tao sect was the legacy of the supreme Tao ancestor. Gu Zhong did not say anything else. After that, Gu Fei and Gu Zhong returned to the East Royal City. The battle outside the East Imperial Kingdom had made all the factions wary of Gu Fei and his disciple. Some of the older generation had even seen through Great Sky Supremacy's background. It should be known that the great Heaven Saint Emperor was an ancient Saint Emperor. In the distant past, he had once shaken a region and was an expert among the Saint Emperors of the Celestial Path. Even Tian Hong isn't a match for that master and disciple. The news spread like wildfire. Everyone was shocked, especially the Dongfang family, who felt an immense pressure. Given how strong Gu Fei and his disciple were, even if they were to bring out their ancestral weapons, they might not be able to kill both of them. The Dongfang family was in danger of being annihilated. This caused the upper echelons of the Dongfang family to feel uneasy. As for the younger cultivators of the Dongfang family, they did not dare to leave their ancestral grounds. As a superforce, the disciples of the Dongfang family could be found all over the East region. However, at this critical juncture, the disciples of the Dongfang family did not dare to show themselves. Throughout the history of the Dongfang family, there had not been many instances of someone using his own strength to stun the entire Dongfang family. However, Gu Fei had done it. Dongfang Yao's methods are way too vicious. In another city, thousands of miles away from the East Royal City, an old man in green robes stood behind a young man in a unique courtyard. The old servant advised the young man, I didn't expect her to do this either." The young man sighed. "Young master, we can't afford to offend Gu Fei and his disciple." The old servant in green robe said, "Even the great Heaven Saint Emperor was not a match for Gu Fei and his disciple. No one else could, unless they could invite a Saint Venerable. How could I not know that we can't afford to offend them?" The young man said, "Although he came from the Zhao family of the ancients and had access to many resources, it was impossible for him to kill Gu Fei. Moreover, if the people in the family knew that he was going to deal with Gu Fei, they would definitely stop him. At this moment, no one was willing to offend an enemy with unlimited potential. The world was about to change. Many great forces were conserving their strength. One should know that with the arrival of the great calamity, only the powerful sects could continue to pass on their legacy. All right, let's go back." The young man pondered for a moment before saying such words. "Yes, young master." When the old servant in green robes heard this, he was overjoyed. This young master was willing to let go at this crucial moment and return to the Zhao family of the ancients. It was clear that his young master wasn't muddle-headed. Actually, what this old servant didn't know was that the main reason why his young master gave up on wooing Dongfang Yao was because Dongfang Yao would even scam her own people. Not many people knew that Dongfang Yao scammed the ancient Dao sect. However, this young man from the Zhao family of the ancients knew everything. One should know that the Zhao family of the ancients was one of the 3 rulers of the East region. The Zhao family of the ancients had eyes all over the East region. This young man knew everything about Dongfang Yao's actions. Rumble. Just at this moment, a loud explosion rang out from the East Imperial Kingdom. Immediately after, an endless amount of spiritual light and celestial qi rushed out from the city lord's residence. Success, we finally succeeded. Within the city lord's residence, the loud laughter of Gu Fei and his disciple rang out. All the cultivators in the East Imperial Kingdom were shocked to the extreme. This Gu Fei and his disciple really didn't know how to rest. Some of them vaguely guessed something and found it hard to believe. Very quickly, the godlight and celestial qi that rushed out from the city lord's residence were suppressed. The powerful aura instantly disappeared as if it had never appeared. The protective formation of the Tower of Treasures was finally broken by Gu Fei and his disciple. Gu Fei and his disciple rushed into the Tower of Treasures impatiently. The Tower of Treasures had 9 levels, and this was the first level. There were countless treasures placed inside. All of them were extremely rare and contained a huge amount of spiritual qi. At this moment, Gu Fei and his disciple could faintly hear the sound of metal clashing. Up to the 2nd level. Without hesitation, Gu Fei headed up the stairs to the 2nd level. Seeing this, Gu Zhong hurriedly followed. When they arrived at the 2nd level, they were stunned by what they saw. On the 2nd level, countless godlights were rushing left and right, trying to break the seal of the 2nd level and rush out. So many saint weapons. Chapter 2555. Needless to say, the collection in the treasure pavilion within the East Imperial City's governor's estate was truly heaven-defying. In the boundless years of the past, every single East Imperial City governor would add a great deal of treasures and divine materials to this treasure pavilion. After so many years of accumulation, the treasures and materials in the treasury were so numerous that even Gu Fei and Gu Zhong were shocked. There were 9 floors in the treasure hoard tower, and every floor was like a divine hoard. On the 2nd floor, Gu Fei and his disciple discovered over a dozen saint artifacts. They shone with a divine light, making people feel as if they were surrounded by endless saint artifacts. It was an extremely shocking illusion. Although there had been many saints since ancient times, the number of saint weapons left behind by the ancient sages was very limited. It was impossible for there to be an endless number of saint weapons. Unless a certain sovereign was seized by a sudden impulse and refined countless sage artifacts, it would be impossible for him to do so. However, once one reached the supreme level, they were already invincible. It would be useless for them to have so many saint weapons. Moreover, in the world of cultivation, only the weapons refined by oneself were the most suitable for oneself. Those that were not refined by oneself could be used, but it would be very difficult to unleash the true power of these saint weapons. For experts like Gu Fei and his disciple, these saint weapons were useless. They were tasteless, but it would be a pity to throw them away. Gu Fei and his disciple stood on the second floor. These are complete saint weapons. Gu Zhong couldn't help but feel shocked when he sensed the 18 saint weapons floating in the air. Perfect saint weapons were very rare, but there were 18 of them here. The Dongfang family seems to have a very deep foundation. Gu Fei's expression turned solemn. The Dongfang family had already collected 18 saint weapons in the East Royal City. Wouldn't there be even more saint weapons in the Dongfang family's ancestral grounds? In fact, what Gu Fei didn't know was that although there were still saint weapons in the ancestral land, there weren't many of them. This was because the ancestral land was guarded by ancestral weapons. Ancestral weapons were the foundation of the Dongfang family. The treasury has been breached. How is this possible? In the ancestral grounds of the Dongfang family, in a great hall, the higher-ups of the Dongfang family were all extremely shocked. A great change had occurred in the East Imperial City. A disciple of the Dongfang family who was hidden within the East Imperial City had sent back this news. The Dongfang family was deeply rooted in the Eastern domain. It was not something that ordinary cultivation forces could compare with. No one knew how many cultivators loyal to the Dongfang family were hiding in the Eastern Royal City. However, they thought that even a holy Venerable would not be able to break through the tower. Now, it had been broken through by the master and disciple. The higher-ups of the Dongfang family were shocked and felt extremely pained. The hidden treasure tower was a treasure tower that housed countless divine treasures. Most of the divine treasures that the Dongfang family had collected over the years were stored there. The consequences of Gu Fei and his disciples' attack on the Vault of Treasures could be imagined. The two of them had obtained so many divine treasures that it was enough to establish a power that could contend against the Dongfang family. How could this be? Isn't the defensive array of the treasure house unbreakable? Someone roared in the great hall. This time, the Dongfang family's losses were too great. Even the higher-ups of the Dongfang family could not sit still. Some of them were so angry that they smashed their cups, while others smashed the table beside them. "All right, all of you, shut up." At this time, a black-bearded, middle-aged man sitting on the throne in the middle of the great hall roared. This man was the current clan leader of the Dongfang family, Dongfang Qin. "Clan leader, if we don't use the ancestral artifact now, are we going to wait until the master and disciple attack the ancestral grounds?" A white-haired, middle-aged man suddenly stood up and shouted. "Dongfang Yifeng, calm down." Next to the white-haired, middle-aged man, a handsome and young man reached out and pulled the white-haired, middle-aged man, Dongfang Yifeng. "The master and disciple are about to attack the ancestral grounds. How can you all be so indifferent?" Dongfang Yifeng roared. "All right, we need to think about using the ancestral artifact." The current clan leader of the Dongfang family, Dongfang Qin, looked at Dongfang Yifeng and said in a deep voice, "Humph, you're all a bunch of cowardly fellows." Dongfang Yifeng swept his gaze across the upper echelons of the Dongfang family seated in the great hall before he strode out of the great hall and left. "Clan leader, should we stop him?" Someone asked. Everyone in the great hall knew what Dongfang Yifeng wanted to do, but they all coldly watched him leave. Only the young man could not bear to see him leave. "Let him do as he pleases," Dongfang Qin said. "Sigh." The young man said nothing else and sat down. Dongfang Yifeng was arrogant and unruly. He had been isolated in the Dongfang family. He was a tragic figure in the Dongfang family and had once fought with Dongfang Qin for the position of clan leader. However, due to various reasons, Dongfang Yifeng had lost the right to fight for the position. Thus, Dongfang Qin had successfully become the clan leader. Because of this, Dongfang Yifeng had been depressed for a long time. Although he had pulled himself together in the end, no one in the Dongfang family was willing to associate with him. This time, the Dongfang family had recalled all the experts of the Dongfang family because of Gu Fei and his disciple. Dongfang Yifeng was one of them. The enemy that the Dongfang family had to face this time was different from the past. Gu Fei and the Dongfang family had a great enmity that would not rest until one side was completely annihilated. Otherwise, this enmity would never be resolved. Third brother, contact the Zhao family and see if there's a chance for us to join forces. Dongfang Qin said to a middle-aged man to his left. Yes. The man immediately left the great hall after receiving the order. We'll bide our time for now. We can't afford to panic at a time like this. You should know that the great ancestor is about to awaken from his slumber. Dongfang Qin swept his gaze across the crowd in the great hall and said, The people in charge of the Dongfang family immediately became excited. Once the great ancestor awakens from his endless slumber, the crisis facing the Dongfang family would be completely resolved. There was a reason why the Dongfang family had been enduring all this time. Not long after, Dongfang Yifeng really did leave the Dongfang family's ancestral land. Meanwhile, in a certain place in the heavenly realm known as the Dead Region, a sneaky fellow was sneaking towards a large tomb in the depths of the Dead Region. I don't believe that I, He Tian, can't find the way to the lower realm. Chapter 25:56. The Death Region of the Heaven Realm was located in the depths of the Southern Mountains Range, a place that was rarely visited by humans. Since ancient times, legends about the Death Region have been passed down. Even in the current era, the Death Region of the Heaven Realm was still a terrifying forbidden ground. Be it humans or beasts, mortals or immortals, as long as they entered the Death Region, it would be hard for them to come out alive. The Death Region was filled with great danger. However, at this moment, in the depths of this forbidden ground, there was a fellow looking around sneakily, carefully moving towards the great tomb in front of him. There's nothing that can stump me, He Tian. That person muttered to himself before quickly disappearing into the dusky world. Very quickly, an incomparably powerful ripple spread out from the Death Region. A great tomb cracked open. The chaotic chi within was vast and mighty, as though a chaotic world was evolving within it. A terrifying aura gushed out from the cracked tomb, instantly enveloping a region of millions of li. What's going on? At this moment, all the experts in the Southern Mountains Range sensed the supreme aura. All of them were indescribably shocked. Some of them immediately rushed out from their secluded cultivation grounds. It's coming from the direction of the Death Region. There's a shocking change in the Death Region. Someone said something like that. A shocking change in the Death Region? How is this possible? Just as the experts of the Southern Mountains Range were rushing towards the Death Region, in the Great Tomb, a silhouette suddenly disappeared into a chaotic passageway behind a stone coffin. Legend has it that the great tomb of a great figure in the immemorial era connected the heaven realm and the mortal realm. To think that it's actually true. These words came from the chaotic passageway. After that, the chaotic passageway behind the stone coffin disappeared, as though it was never there in the first place. The shocking change in the Death Region not only alarmed the Southern Mountains Range, but also the experts of the other regions in the Heaven Realm. Some of the most powerful domain lords crossed over and appeared in the Southern Mountains Range. And at this time, the person who caused this shocking change had already descended to the mortal realm. In one of the star regions of the mortal realm, an incomparably powerful ripple suddenly spread out. The entire space distorted and crumbled. A chaotic passageway appeared between the heaven and earth. A figure, shrouded in chaotic light, fell out from the chaotic passageway. Wow! I, He Tian, have finally returned to the human world. After that person fell out of the chaotic passageway, he immediately raised his head and roared excitedly. Sons of bitches from the heaven realm, just you wait. The next time I go up there, I will teach you a lesson. He Tian said hatefully. He could no longer stay in the heaven realm. He had offended an unimaginable existence. At this time, the old tortoise could not even take care of himself and could not spare any time to help He Tian. As a result, He Tian was chased by that person for thousands of miles. He had no choice but to escape into the dead realm. He took the risk of entering a mysterious tomb and successfully opened a mysterious passage that connected the heaven realm and the mortal realm. The demon clan's rebellion this time was very serious, and Old Tortoise had a hard time dealing with it. This was because the sky demon's descendant was behind the rebellion. The Grand Emperor and the heavenly demon were mortal enemies. As the Grand Emperor's son, Old Tortoise and the sky demon's descendant were, of course, mortal enemies. The two supreme descendants were fighting for control of the demon clan in the heaven realm. This was a battle that could not be decided in a short period of time. The sky demon's descendants' foundation was not inferior to Old Tortoise's. Under such circumstances, it was difficult for Old Tortoise to save He Tian. However, Old Tortoise knew that He Tian would not be killed so easily. However, even Old Tortoise never expected that He Tian would be so heaven-defying as to find a passage that connected the heaven realm and the mortal realm. Of course, this passage was one way. In other words, it was easy to go down to the mortal realm, but difficult to go up. I wonder how Gu Fei and the others are doing. He Tian stood in the pitch-black starry sky. Very quickly, he discovered a huge planet brimming with life. Then he flew directly towards it. On the soaring dragon ancestral star in the East Imperial City of the Tunglong continent, Gu Fei and his disciple broke into the treasure house and obtained all the treasures inside. This was definitely a super treasure house. Gu Fei and Gu Zhong were overjoyed. The countless treasures made them more confident and gave them the capital to fight against the Dongfang family. It's time to bring the people from overseas back to the Tunglong continent. Gu Fei uttered such words. It was impossible to destroy the Dongfang family with just the two of them. Only by bringing the army from overseas could they destroy the entire Eastern world. One should know that the Dongfang family was not an ordinary cultivation force. It was a super force that had been passed down for countless years. Just like the immortal mansion of the Central Prefecture, several super forces worked together but failed to destroy this ancient inheritance. If it wasn't for Gu Fei, the immortal mansion of the Central Prefecture would not have been destroyed. The Dongfang family's foundation was definitely not weaker than the immortal mansion of the Central Prefecture. To destroy the Dongfang family, they needed to think carefully. Otherwise, the Dongfang family would continue to exist, even if their ancestral land was destroyed. Master, what should we do? Gu Zhong asked Gu Fei in the palace of the East Imperial City's governor. With these treasures, we can build a teleportation formation. As long as we can successfully reverse the formation that sent me back to the Tunglong continent, we might be able to return to the overseas. Gu Fei pondered for a while and said his idea. Master, isn't this too risky? Gu Zhong was startled. Reversing the formation of the teleportation formation was not a small task. If anything went wrong during the process, the consequences would be dire. It should be known that if something went wrong with this kind of super long-distance teleportation formation, they would be sent to an unknown place. At that time, it would not be easy to return. Let's try first. I think we should have 60 to 70% chance of success. Gu Fei said, Yes, 60 to 70% chance. We can try. Gu Zhong was a little excited. If the overseas army could successfully cross the sea, then it would be much easier to destroy the Dongfang family. It should be known that the overseas force controlled by his master was extremely powerful. Then Gu Fei began to meditate in seclusion to understand the teleportation formation. He wanted to try to reverse the formation of the ancient teleportation formation that sent him back to the Tunglong continent. This was not an easy task. It should be known that the ancient teleportation formation that sent him back to the Tunglong continent had complicated formation patterns. But now, Gu Fei and the others could only rely on the overseas force to destroy the Dongfang family. This was something that must be done. If only He Tian was here. Chapter 25:57. Where exactly is this place? There is only one planet with life in the endless starry sky. Moreover, when He Tian arrived at this planet, he discovered that there were no powerful cultivators, even though the aura of life here was strong. The living beings here only knew simple cultivation methods. Their cultivation bases were not strong. Moreover, there were not many living beings that could cultivate. It was impossible for a teleportation formation to exist on a planet like this. He Tian went around the planet but did not find anything. Therefore, he left the planet and continued to explore the starry sky. The human world was really huge. There were only 5 ancestral planets with life in the endless starry sky. Finding one of them was like finding a needle in a haystack. Other than deciding on a direction and moving forward, He Tian could not think of any other way to find an ancestral planet with life. Of course, He Tian was a sage. Even though his cultivation base was sealed below the sage level due to the existence of the heavenly wrath, his spirit sense was still extremely powerful. He Tian's spirit sense could cover a radius of millions of miles. However, such a range was as small as a grain of sand in the Ganges River compared to the endless starry sky. How am I supposed to do this? He Tian muttered to himself helplessly. He directly used his teleportation technique to traverse the void. His speed was extremely fast. Soon, he disappeared into the pitch-black starry sky. While He Tian was looking for an ancestral planet with life in the endless starry sky, Gu Fei was cultivating in seclusion. He was evolving the ancient formation runes in an attempt to reverse the ancient teleportation formation. His train of thought and direction were correct. The teleportation formation could be reversed, but it was not an easy task to reverse the teleportation formation. One must know that the ancient formation runes were very different from the current formation runes. Gu Fei had to first master the ancient formation runes before he could attempt to reverse the teleportation formation. At this time in the void around Gu Fei, countless formation runes appeared, condensed and floating in the void, constantly interweaving and combining, forming a mysterious and unfathomable formation diagram. He was reconstructing the ancient diagram. He had memorized the diagram of the ancient teleportation formation that had transported him to the Tunglong continent. However, when he was about to reconstruct the diagram, he realized that it was not an easy task. The ancient diagrams were profound and unfathomable. Most importantly, there are some runes that were difficult to manifest in the void. They were very special, and these runes needed a medium to carry them so that they would not dissipate. In this way, Gu Fei had no choice but to utilize some special divine materials. Fortunately, he'd obtained countless divine materials when he breached the treasure reserve pavilion within the East Imperial City's governor's estate. He carved these runes, which were difficult to condense in the void, onto these special materials, so that these runes could appear. Rumble! The void was shaking, and more formation runes appeared around Gu Fei. After continuous transformation, the outline of a great formation appeared. An ancient aura appeared between the heavens and the earth. This was only the rough outline of the ancient diagram, but even so, Gu Fei felt that it was very strenuous for him to evolve it to this extent. He knew that he could not stop. Once he did, all his previous efforts would be wasted. He could only continue to evolve the ancient diagram. This was a long process, and he could not finish it in one go. Gu Zhong personally guarded the place where Gu Fei was cultivating in seclusion. He sat on the ground, motionless like a stone statue. There were only Gu Fei and Gu Zhong in the enormous city governor's estate. It seemed very empty. The gates of the city governor's estate were wide open, but no one dared to approach. Even mortals did not dare to loiter outside the city governor's estate at this time. What is Gu Fei and his disciple doing in there? All the forces had spies outside, paying attention to Gu Fei and his disciple's movements. However, The silence inside the city governor's estate made everyone feel that a storm was brewing. The atmosphere inside East Imperial Kingdom was very oppressive. Some cultivation families felt that the situation was not right and began to arrange for the rising stars of their families to leave East Imperial Kingdom. This was the preparation these cultivation families had made to ensure that their families would continue to exist. The members of the Dongfang family especially did not know what Gu Fei was planning. The Dongfang family disciples hiding in East Imperial Kingdom all felt very uneasy. Just as all the forces were observing and guessing, one evening, a figure suddenly flew over from the distant sky and landed directly outside the gates of the city governor's estate. "Gu Fei, come out and die." The incomer shouted into the city governor's estate, his voice spreading far and wide. The spies who were secretly spying on the city governor's estate were all shocked. Was this guy tired of living? He actually dared to challenge Gu Fei. One must know that even Dongfang Zun of the Dongfang family died in the hands of Gu Fei. Could this guy be even stronger than the city governor of East Imperial Kingdom, Dongfang Zun? It's him. Very quickly, someone recognized the middle-aged man. The person who dared to challenge Gu Fei was an expert from the Dongfang family, named Dongfang Yifeng. Dongfang Yifeng's name was like thunder in the ears of the older generation of cultivators. One must know that this expert from the Dongfang family was qualified to compete for the position of master of the Dongfang family in the past. Such an existence was definitely a genius-level existence in that era. However, the current master of the Dongfang family was not Dongfang Yifeng, but the biggest dark horse of the past, Dongfang Qin. Back then, whether it was the Dongfang family or the people from other forces, no one was optimistic about Dongfang Qin. However, things were unpredictable. The person who was the most pessimistic back then had become the current master of the Dongfang family. And the person who was most likely to become the next master of the Dongfang family had become a tragic figure today. If it wasn't for the family summons, Dongfang Yifeng wouldn't even be able to return to the ancestral land of the Dongfang family. He actually dared to challenge Gu Fei. Could it be that he thinks he's stronger than Dongfang Zun? Someone said in shock. One must know that the city governor of East Imperial Kingdom, Dongfang Zun, had already died in a battle at the hands of Gu Fei. Is he courting death? Someone was not optimistic about Dongfang Yifeng. However, no matter what, when the other important figures of the Dongfang family chose to endure, Dongfang Yifeng stood out and dared to challenge Gu Fei. Everyone could not help but admire Dongfang Yifeng's courage. "Gu Fei, are you afraid to come out and fight?" Dongfang Yifeng's voice was heard once again. This time, all the cultivators in East Imperial Kingdom heard his voice and were extremely shocked. However, to everyone's surprise, there was no response from the city governor. Neither Gu Fei nor Gu Zhong stepped out to accept the challenge. What's going on? Everyone who was observing the situation was surprised. One must know that Gu Fei and his disciple were extremely powerful. Those who dared to challenge them all ended up in a miserable state. It seems like Gu Fei is also a coward. Dongfang Yifeng said coldly outside the city governor's mansion. There was still no response from the city governor's mansion. It seemed like Gu Fei and his disciple did not want to pay any attention to Dongfang Yifeng. "Haha, since you're a coward, I'll beat your head out." As Dongfang Yifeng said that, he took a step forward and walked into the city governor's mansion. The moment Dongfang Yifeng's foot stepped through the door, Gu Zhong, who was sitting cross-legged outside Gu Fei's seclusion room in the depths of the city lord's mansion, suddenly opened his eyes. Two streaks of light shot out from his eyes like lightning. He had originally wanted to ignore the guy outside. However, it seemed like he had no choice but to go out and meet this guy. Swoosh! Gu Zhong's figure disappeared into thin air. In the next moment, he appeared in front of the city governor's mansion and stared coldly at the middle-aged man who was walking in. "Who are you? Are you here to die?" Although Gu Zhong's voice was calm, It was filled with killing intent. To dare to enter the city governor's mansion, this guy was really bold. "Humph, you guys are finally out. Who are you? Are you Gu Fei or Gu Zhong?" Dongfang Yifeng stopped and stared coldly at Gu Zhong. An incomparably powerful battle intent erupted from his body. His clothes fluttered, even though there was no wind, and his long hair danced in the wind. "A dead man doesn't have the right to know who I am," Gu Zhong said. An incomparably powerful battle intent gushed out from his body. His entire being was like an unsheathed heavenly sword, giving off an extremely powerful sense of oppression. "Is that so?" A cold smile appeared on Dongfang Yifeng's face. Then he took a step forward and threw a punch at Gu Zhong. The powerful fist energy shook the heavens and earth, causing the void to tremble. Gu Zhong's eyes lit up. This Dongfang Yifeng actually dared to fight him in close combat. Didn't he know that he was a cultivator? At the same time, Gu Zhong also threw a punch at Dongfang Yifeng's fist. A layer of golden astral energy immediately appeared on his fist. Bang! The two fists collided with a muffled sound. Two powerful forces collided with each other. A circle of transparent ripples spread from the point where the two fists collided. "Kacha!" The sound of bones breaking was heard as the two figures quickly separated. Gu Zhong stared at Dongfang Yifeng in shock. To think that this guy's physical body was so powerful. It was really surprising. At this moment, Dongfang Yifeng was enduring the pain from his broken fingers. Blood was dripping from his right fist. Good fella. A cultivator's martial body is indeed as powerful as the legends say. Chapter 2558. The war immortal physique was so powerful that it could go toe-to-toe with sacred items. Dongfang Yifeng had always been very proud of his war immortal physique. It was like a sacred item in human form, capable of unleashing great power with every move. Dongfang Yifeng activated the immortal energy in his body. The cracks on his right fist immediately healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The martial saint of the Western Sorcerer Land is indeed quite capable. Again, Dongfang Yifeng's battle intent surged. It had been many years since he had met an opponent who could make his blood boil like this. In his eyes, Gu Zhong was not an enemy, but a rare opponent. As he spoke, he took a step forward and threw a punch at Gu Zhong with his right fist. There seemed to be divine flames dancing on his fist as flame-shaped runes appeared indistinctly. Gu Zhong could not help but feel surprised when he saw Dongfang Yifeng's punch. This guy imprinted immortal runes into his flesh and bones to refine his body. This method was very similar to the martial arts body tempering method. It should be noted that the martial arts body tempering method was to refine one's body like a sacred item. The sacred item's grade could be increased, and the body could be transformed to become even more powerful. Rumble! When Dongfang Yifeng threw his punch, the sound of wind and thunder came from his body. It was the sound of his qi and blood surging within his body. Gu Zhong's expression turned solemn. He also threw a punch. Golden runes appeared on his right fist, and a strange sound similar to thunder came from his body as well. Bam! The two fists collided again with a muffled sound. This time, there was no tremor in the air, nor was there any powerful shock wave. It was like a fight between ordinary people. However, both Gu Zhong and Dongfang Yifeng had extremely solemn expressions on their faces. Their bodies emitted a divine light that resembled divine flames. Kacha! The sound of bones breaking rang out once more. Cracks appeared on Dongfang Yifeng's fist, as if a delicate porcelain had been smashed apart. Soon, Dongfang Yifeng's entire fist was covered in cracks, and the cracks continued to spread to his forearm. Roar! Dongfang Yifeng let out a ferocious roar, and a ball of divine light burst out from his body. It was as if a divine sun had appeared on his body. Boundless fire elemental immortal energy burst out and surged towards his right arm. Traces of fiery light immediately seeped out from the cracks on his forearm. In the next moment, the cracks disappeared as if they had never been there. Humph! Gu Zhong could sense an incomparably powerful force coming from his opponent's fist. He had no choice but to shake his arm and release an even more powerful martial body. The martial Tao patterns that were imprinted in his muscles, bones, and flesh radiated with dazzling divine light, and the divine charm of the great Tao surged. What? When Dongfang Yifeng sensed an even more powerful force erupting from his opponent's fist, his expression finally changed. Dongfang Yifeng found it hard to believe. Could it be that the power of a martial body was limitless? Bang! At that moment, the right side of Gu Zhong's body shook violently, and an even more powerful force erupted, sending Dongfang Yifeng flying. The sound of bones breaking was heard from Dongfang Yifeng's right arm. Dongfang Yifeng felt as if his entire arm was about to explode, and all the bones in his arm had been shattered by the power that erupted from his opponent's fist. What a powerful physical body! At that moment, Dongfang Yifeng had no choice but to accept reality. His opponent's martial body was much stronger than the war immortal body that he had cultivated. In a contest of physical strength, he had lost. Boom! In the next moment, a ball of dazzling immortal divine light erupted from Dongfang Yifeng's body, and 9 flame-shaped Tao patterns appeared on his body. The laws of the great Tao were awakened, and the sound of bones rubbing against each other could be heard from his right arm. The shattered bones were vibrating, and his arm was rapidly recovering. With a flash of immortal light, Dongfang Yifeng's right arm was completely restored. Use your true strength, or you won't have a chance anymore. Gu Zhong stared at Dongfang Yifeng, who was standing in the air opposite him. His gaze turned incomparably sharp, and his battle intent surged like a rainbow. His long hair fluttered without any wind, and a powerful aura erupted from his body, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. This is your true strength. When Dongfang Yifeng saw Gu Zhong, who was like a god of war, his pupils involuntarily contracted. He was indescribably shocked. His opponent hadn't even used his full strength just now. Enough with the nonsense. As Gu Zhong spoke, he took a step forward, instantly pressing towards Dongfang Yifeng. The entire heavens and earth seemed to be on the verge of collapsing, shaking violently. Kill! Dongfang Yifeng's battle intent was similarly shocking. With a roar, he waved both his hands, and a huge dragon immediately rushed out, pouncing towards Gu Zhong. Gu Zhong was shocked. His opponent was using a famous divine technique of the immortal path, called the Dragon Transformation Technique. It was an extremely powerful technique that could transform into a true dragon to attack its enemies. The fire dragon only needed to pounce, but it immediately shattered a large area of the void. Divine flames spread out, burning half the sky red. What is that Dongfang Yifeng trying to do? The cultivators who were spectating near the city, Lord's residence, were all shocked when they saw Dongfang Yifeng using the Dragon Transformation Technique. They hurriedly retreated far away. Is this Dongfang Yifeng trying to destroy the city Lord's residence? Someone exclaimed. The power of the true dragon divine fire was extremely terrifying. It was a type of divine fire of the great Tao, capable of burning everything in the world to ashes. Even saints would be destroyed in body and soul if they were burned. Heaven covering palm. Facing Dongfang Yifeng's incomparably ferocious attack, Gu Zhong directly struck out with 5 heaven-covering palms. A huge golden palm instantly appeared between the heavens and earth, enveloping a part of the world and suppressing the fire dragon that was pouncing towards him. Rumble! The void trembled as a huge golden palm shook the heavens and earth, directly suppressing the raging fire dragon. As the huge palm descended, the true dragon that was emitting endless true dragon divine fire was instantly shattered into several pieces. The divine technique of the immortal Tao is only SOSO. Gu Zhong was incomparably domineering. Step by step, he ascended from the ground to the sky, pressing towards Dongfang Yifeng. With every step he took, his aura increased by a notch. At this time, Gu Zhong's heaven-covering palm had already destroyed the fire dragon and dissipated in the void. When Gu Zhong arrived in front of Dongfang Yifeng, his aura caused the heavens and earth to tremble. The void around him cracked into pitch-black spatial cracks, as if the entire world could not contain his powerful martial body. Your martial body has actually reached such a level. Dongfang Yifeng looked at Gu Zhong in shock. He could not believe that a person's physical body could actually reach such a terrifying level. Gu Zhong's display of strength caused Dongfang Yifeng to be shocked. Even if the immortal Tao battle body was cultivated to the extreme, it would not be able to reach this level. You're only going to die by coming here. Gu Zhong looked at Dongfang Yifeng and said. He was very confident that even an ancient saint like Dongfang Yifeng would not be a match for him. So what if it was an ancient saint? In the face of absolute power, they would still die. Is that so? Dongfang Yifeng's voice was cold. He was still fearless because he had already prepared for the worst before coming here. The fact that Gu Fei and his disciple were able to defeat Dongfang Zun was enough to prove how strong they were. Dongfang Zun was also an ancient saint. Moreover, he had achieved his Tao much earlier than Dongfang Yifeng. There were only a few saints in the entire Eastern world. Dongfang Zun's death was definitely a great loss to the Dongfang family. And now, if Dongfang Yifeng were to die as well, the Dongfang family would not have many saints left. When the power of heaven's wrath was still present, the intimidation effect of a saint wasn't too obvious. Once the power of heaven's wrath disappeared, the saints would regain their cultivation base. At that time, the intimidation effect of a saint would be revealed. Swish! All of a sudden, a Tao diagram flew out from Dongfang Yifeng's body. It was a heaven-shaking diagram, with an endless amount of power of the immortal Tao gushing out, displaying a terrifying might capable of suppressing the heavens. The moment the Tao diagram appeared, Gu Zhong felt his body sink. It was as if an ancient divine mountain was pressing down on him. Gu Zhong was shocked. This Tao diagram was extraordinary. It actually emitted a heaven-suppressing force similar to the one emitted by the mountain and river cauldron. Haha, it's still uncertain who will be the one to kill who. Dongfang Yifeng laughed. Since he dared to come here, he must have prepared for everything. This Tao diagram was an ancestral weapon of the Dongfang family. Open for me. Gu Zhong furiously roared as power erupted from his body, forcefully pushing away the suffocating pressure that was pressing down on him. After that, he sent a punch rumbling upwards. Boom! A loud bang rang out. Gu Zhong's punch directly landed on the Tao diagram. BZZ. The Tao diagram trembled and produced a supreme, devouring force. In an instant, Gu Zhong was sucked into the sky, shaking Tao diagram. This caused Gu Zhong to be shocked. What? Gu Zhong felt the world spinning around him. In the next instant, he discovered that he had entered an unfamiliar place. There were mountains and forests around him, but the sky was gray. This place is... Gu Zhong was incomparably shocked. He finally understood that he had been sucked into the world within the Tao diagram. A world was nurtured within the Tao diagram. This was something Gu Zhong had never imagined. Therefore, Gu Zhong fell for it and was sucked into the world within the Tao diagram. Haha, after I kill you, I'll go find your master. Dongfang Yifeng's voice came from all directions. No one could pinpoint his exact location. What a joke. You think you can kill me with such a method? Chapter 2559. Dongfang Yifeng wasn't Gu Zhong's opponent, so he could only use his final trump card. He used the sky, shaking Tao diagram to trap Gu Zhong within it. He wanted to use the Tao diagram's power to obliterate Gu Zhong. This time, when Dongfang Yifeng left the Dongfang family's ancestral land, he brought along the sky-shaking Tao diagram of the Dongfang family. This was an incomparably powerful Tao treasure left behind by one of the Dongfang family's ancestors. Rumble. At this time, Dongfang Yifeng used all his strength to activate the sky, shaking Tao diagram. The cage of heaven and earth that was formed from the sky, shaking Tao diagram, immediately shook. A destructive force appeared in this part of the world and rushed towards Guzhong. This destructive force was extremely powerful. The void was collapsing and chaotic qi seeped out from the cracks in the void. Guzhong was standing on top of a mountain. He raised his head and saw the dense spatial cracks in the sky. His heart couldn't help but tremble. He felt threatened. Buzz. An extremely powerful force descended from the sky, causing the void to tremble. Ripples spread out from the sky like transparent water waves. Bang! The mountain below Guzhong's feet suddenly collapsed. His entire body was instantly locked down by a force and floated in the void. He was inside the sky, shaking Tao diagram, and couldn't avoid it at all. The powerful force coming from all directions made it hard for him to breathe. The bones in his body emitted cracking sounds. What a powerful suppressive force! Guzhong felt as if his body was being crushed by an ancient divine mountain. If it wasn't for his powerful martial body, an ordinary saint would have long been crushed. Humph! Guzhong's gaze turned sharp. He directly sat down in the void and activated his mysterious art. A layer of golden light immediately appeared from his body. 9 Tao patterns appeared faintly within the golden light. He directly activated the power of the Grand Tao. While sealing his body, he also blocked the power of the sky, shaking Tao diagram. Outside the heaven-shaking Tao diagram, Dongfang Yifeng, who was sitting cross-legged in the air above the Tao diagram, was incomparably shocked. Even the heaven-shaking Tao diagram was unable to kill this fellow. Dongfang Yifeng's entire body shimmered with a divine immortal light. He waved his hands, sending runes after runes onto the heaven-shaking Tao diagram. He wanted to unleash the full power of this ancient Tao diagram. However, with Dongfang Yifeng's cultivation, it was difficult for him to fully unleash the might of the ancient Tao diagram. Buzz. Just as Dongfang Yifeng was activating the ancient Tao diagram with all of his strength, the world within the Tao diagram began to tremble and then collapse. The heavens fell and the earth cracked apart as vast chaotic energy surged outwards. Within this ancient Tao diagram, the heavens and earth returned to chaos, displaying an extremely terrifying might. Guzhong was immediately submerged in chaos energy. Amidst the chaotic aura, an indestructible golden body floated up and down. 9 golden runes emitted an indestructible divine light and sealed the golden body. No matter how turbulent and mighty the chaotic aura outside was, it was still unable to destroy this golden body. Guzhong was trapped. Although his life wasn't in danger, he was trapped within the primal chaos. It wouldn't be an easy task for him to escape. Very well, I'll slowly exhaust you to death. Outside the heaven-shaking Tao diagram, Dongfang Yifeng's expression turned incomparably solemn when he sensed the changes within the Tao diagram. His opponent was much more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. The Tao diagram trembled as runes intertwined on its surface, emitting an incomparably powerful aura. Essence energy from all directions was drawn over and entered the Tao diagram. The might of the Tao diagram grew even more powerful. At this moment, everyone who was watching the battle from afar was stunned. No one would have thought that this would be the result. Dongfang Yifeng had actually brought a supreme treasure from the Dongfang family with him. At the most crucial moment, he had summoned this treasure and sucked Guzhong into it. To the cultivation families of the Eastern Imperial Kingdom, this supreme treasure wasn't some sort of secret treasure. The Tao diagram that had sucked Guzhong into it emitted a terrifying might that could suppress the entire world. He actually brought this ancestral treasure out from the ancestral land. There were disciples of the Dongfang family hiding in the Eastern Imperial Kingdom. When they saw the scene in the sky above the city lord's palace, they were all extremely shocked. Hurry up and send this news back to the ancestral land. This Dongfang Yifeng is far too audacious. A disciple of the Dongfang family said. Dongfang Yifeng's relationship with the Dongfang family wasn't that great. Many disciples of the Dongfang family were very dissatisfied with his unruly behavior. Soon, the news was sent back to the ancestral land of the Dongfang family. That guy actually, the higher-ups of the Dongfang family were all enraged. One should know that the ancestral Tao diagram was extremely important and could not be lost. If they lost the Tao diagram, the consequences would be unimaginable. He's truly out of control. This Dongfang Yifeng simply doesn't put the rules of our family in his eyes. A higher-up of the Dongfang family said angrily, "This time he's really gone too far." Someone nodded and said, "But he still sucked Gu Zhong into the heaven-shaking Tao diagram." At the top of the great hall, a young man suddenly spoke up. Even though he had a youthful appearance, everyone who could appear in the great hall of the Dongfang family was a very important person in the Dongfang family. This young man was actually an old antique. Although he wasn't an ancient saint, he wasn't far from it. Some people could cultivate their entire lives and still not necessarily become a saint. However, there were also people who could become a saint after cultivating for a short period of time. Whether one could become a saint or not was actually restricted by many factors. This was related to one's encounters during one's growth. So what if he can kill Gu Zhong? You should know that the one behind Gu Zhong is the real person we need to deal with. Someone said unhappily, "All right, there's no need to say anymore. Since it's already happened, let's just wait and see." Dongfang Qin, who was sitting on the throne in the main hall, spoke. He swept his gaze over everyone in the main hall with a terrifyingly gloomy expression. "Patriarch, how can we just wait and see?" The young man said with some surprise. He couldn't accept Dongfang Chen's decision. Since Dongfang Yifeng had already suppressed Gu Zhong in the heaven-shaking Tao diagram, they should be helping Dongfang Yifeng. Could it be that you want to help that madman? A white-haired, middle-aged man said coldly to the young man, "Yes, I want to help him." "So what?" The young man looked at the middle-aged man and said expressionlessly, "If you want to go, then go by yourself." Another person stood up. "You guys..." Chapter 2560. Dongfang Xian was a sage-to-be from the Dongfang clan. This sage-to-be wasn't an ordinary one, but an ancient sage-to-be. In ancient times, he had already reached the sage-to-be realm. However, after countless years, he was still a sage-to-be, unable to take that final step. Even when the chaotic world appeared, he couldn't trigger a saint's heavenly tribulation in the chaotic world and become a saint. Although he wasn't a saint, Dongfang Xian's status in the Dongfang clan wasn't low. He was an elder of the Dongfang clan. Dongfang Xian and Dongfang Yifeng had a good relationship. In fact, Dongfang Xian and Dongfang Yifeng were cousins. In the Dongfang clan, Dongfang Xian was the only person Dongfang Yifeng had a say in. When he found out that Dongfang Yifeng had sucked Gu Zhong into the sky-shaking Tao diagram, Dongfang Xian felt uneasy. He felt that things weren't that simple. However, the elders of the Dongfang clan weren't happy with Dongfang Yifeng and wouldn't help him. Dongfang Xian could only go to the Eastern Imperial City by himself. Rumble! At this moment, inside the sky-shaking Tao diagram, the primordial chaos was vast and mighty. It was as if a chaotic world was being nurtured. The power of destruction was wreaking havoc. Nothing could be preserved. In this chaotic world, a golden figure sat cross-legged in the void, floating in the primordial qi. 9 golden Tao runes appeared on this figure and branded themselves on his body, emitting an immortal aura of the great Tao. No matter how turbulent the primordial qi outside was, it couldn't shake this figure. This person was Gu Zhong. His eyes were closed, and golden light flowed all over his body. A powerful aura spread from his body, like a sleeping golden god of war, giving people a great sense of oppression. This guy, after sensing the situation within the sky-shaking Tao diagram, Dongfang Yifeng was shocked to the extreme. This Guzhong was truly strong. At the very least, he was much stronger than an ordinary saint. He was actually able to last until now without being destroyed by the sky-shaking Tao diagram. Rumble! Guzhong suddenly opened his eyes. He stretched out his right hand, and a divine spear immediately appeared in his hand. Thunderous sounds came from the divine spear in his hand. On the body of the divine spear, streaks of lightning could be seen. Tao runes in the shape of lightning appeared inside the spear, emitting the aura of the great Tao. Humph! Guzhong stood up from the void. He held the divine spear in his hand and stabbed upwards. A dazzling bolt of lightning shot out from the divine spear and shattered the void. However, this incomparably sharp attack was unable to truly break through the primal chaos void that had appeared within the heaven-shaking Tao diagram. Yes, Guzhong was shocked to see that his saint artifact was unable to break through the void. It had to be known that this divine spear had a great origin. It was a great saint artifact. Boom! Guzhong activated the divine spear with all his might. A thunderclap rang out, and the divine spear in his hand turned into a dazzling bolt of lightning. It was as though the strongest lightning Tao pattern in the world was being released in his hand. Shwa! The lightning instantly tore through the primal chaos void and directly rushed out from the heaven-shaking Tao diagram. It almost pierced through Dongfang Yifeng, who was sitting cross-legged above the Tao diagram. What? Dongfang Yifeng was shocked. He had never imagined that his opponent would be able to pierce through the heaven-shaking Tao diagram. How is this possible? Dongfang Yifeng was in disbelief. One must know that this Tao diagram was a Tao treasure left behind by the Dongfang family's ancestor. It was an ancestral item of the Dongfang family. Once the Tao diagram appeared, it would seal the entire world. Even a saint would be able to kill it. However, at this moment, not only did Guzhong not die, he even broke through the seal of the heaven-shaking Tao diagram. He used an incomparably powerful force to pierce through the heaven-shaking Tao diagram. The heaven-shaking Tao diagram trembled. The crack that was created by the bolt of lightning was repairing itself at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, Guzhong would not miss this opportunity to escape. He soared into the sky and transformed into a ray of golden light. He charged out from the crack on the heaven-shaking Tao diagram. Rumble! Blinding bolts of lightning bloomed from his right hand. The powerful lightning energy wreaked havoc. Every single bolt of lightning pierced through the void. This is Dongfang Yifeng, who had retreated a long time ago, could not help but be shocked when he saw this. He could feel a powerful lightning energy erupting from Guzhong's hand. Retract! Dongfang Yifeng roared and activated the heaven-shaking Tao diagram with all his strength. Countless Tao runes emerged from the Tao diagram and rushed towards Guzhong. He wanted to swallow Guzhong back into the Tao diagram. However, after Guzhong suffered a loss once, he would not fall into the same pit again. He used the 8 desolate steps and displayed the fastest speed in the world. He instantly dodged the attack. Eat my spear! Guzhong roared and directly threw out the bolt of lightning in his hand. Boom! With a loud bang, the lightning in Guzhong's hand blossomed. The extremely powerful lightning energy suddenly exploded. It was like a heavenly punishment was descending, and it bombarded towards Dongfang Yifeng. At the moment when Guzhong threw out the lightning, Dongfang Yifeng felt a great danger enveloping him. The Thunder God spear in Guzhong's hand was a great saint weapon that could tear apart the heaven-shaking Tao diagram. If Dongfang Yifeng was hit by the Thunder God spear, even if he had the war immortal physique, he would still be killed. However, the speed of the lightning was extremely fast. In an instant, it had arrived in front of Dongfang Yifeng. He did not even have the time to dodge and was immediately frightened out of his wits. Just when Dongfang Yifeng thought that he was about to be killed by his opponent, a divine shield suddenly appeared in front of him without any warning and protected him within it. Boom! The powerful lightning struck the divine shield and cracks immediately appeared on it. It seemed as if the shield would shatter at any time. "Let's go!" A voice came from behind Dongfang Yifeng. Then Dongfang Yifeng felt his waist tighten and his entire body was pulled away. The person who came smashed out a formation platform and jumped onto it with Dongfang Yifeng. Buzz. A divine light appeared on the formation platform, and the person who came and Dongfang Yifeng were directly teleported out of this dangerous place. Preposterous! Seeing that Dongfang Yifeng was rescued by a young man, Gu Zhong could not help but be furious. That young man was definitely an expert from the Dongfang family. Chapter 2561. This is preposterous. Gu Zhong was both shocked and angered at the sight of a young man begging Dongfang Yifeng to leave. Just who was this guy? It was impossible for Gu Zhong to continue his pursuit because the formation platform that the two had used to escape had exploded. The formation inscriptions on the platform had all collapsed. He did not have the ability to reconstruct the teleportation formation inscriptions and continue his pursuit. If he dares to come again, I'll kill him. Gu Zhong gripped the Thunder God's spear tightly as his eyes flashed like lightning. He scanned his surroundings. Everyone watching from afar was shocked and did not dare to look at him directly. At this moment, the sky-shaking Tao pattern floated in the air and did not fly away. Gu Zhong stretched out his hand and directly grabbed the Tao diagram in his hand. Then he put it away. Although the heaven-shaking Tao diagram had a hole torn open by the lightning god's spear, this Tao diagram had the ability to repair itself. In the future, this Tao diagram would repair itself and become perfect again. Even Dongfang Yifeng is no match for him. It seems that no one in the Dongfang family can defeat Gu Fei and his disciple. In the eastern imperial city, the cultivator clans were in despair. The Dongfang family wanted to take back the eastern imperial city from the hands of Gu Fei and his disciple, but it was not going to be an easy task. Of course, some people did not think this way. One should know that the Dongfang family's foundation was incomparably deep. The fact that they were able to survive in the Eastern Realm for so many years was enough to prove their strength. If the Dongfang family wanted to defeat Gu Fei and his disciple, their only chance was to use the Dongfang family's ancestral weapon. At this moment, Gu Zhong returned to the Eastern Imperial City's governor's palace and continued to guard outside Gu Fei's seclusion grounds. He then sat down cross-legged and placed the Thunder God's spear across his knees. He closed his eyes and retracted all of his aura. Like a statue, he remained motionless and no one could sense his presence. However, the lightning-like divine spear on his knees emitted a terrifying aura of destruction, and lightning-shaped inscriptions could be faintly seen on the spear's body. After this battle, all the cultivators in the Eastern Imperial City once again witnessed Gu Zhong's strength. This Gu Zhong was simply an undefeatable god of war. Being the enemy of such an existence was definitely everyone's nightmare. At this moment, in Gu Fei's seclusion grounds, endless array patterns filled up every inch of the void around Gu Fei. As for what was happening outside, he had no idea at all. At this moment, even if the world outside were to collapse, Gu Fei would not be able to sense it because his mind was completely focused on how to reverse the ancient teleportation formation. It was easier said than done to reverse the ancient teleportation formation. At this moment, Gu Fei had only successfully set up the ancient teleportation formation that could transport him back to the Tonglong continent. Successfully setting up this ancient teleportation formation was only the first step toward success. If he couldn't set up this ancient teleportation formation again, then everything would just be a pipe dream. While Gu Fei was deducing the ancient teleportation formation, He Tian, who had successfully escaped from the heaven realm to the human realm, was still wandering in the endless star field. The star field was boundless. Even in existence, like He Tian was like a grain of sand in the Ganges River in the star field. He seemed insignificant. Damn it! When will I be able to return to the ancestral star of the soaring dragon? He Tian continuously complained. He decided on a direction and continued to teleport forward, traversing through the endless starry regions. However, all the starry regions were the same. They were desolate, silent, and without a trace of life. Everything was cold and desolate. Just as He Tian crossed a meteorite belt, he was shocked by the scene that suddenly appeared in front of him. Outside the meteorite belt, there were actually countless bricks and debris floating in the air. Broken stone pillars, shattered stone statues, and exploded palaces. All of these formed a ruin that stretched as far as the eye could see. What's going on? Erebus was extremely shocked. He found it hard to believe that he had come across such a wasteland in the boundless star field. A ruin left behind after a great war? He Tian was not in a hurry to enter the ruin. Instead, he observed carefully. He had always been cautious, which was why he could survive in the heaven realm until now. What's that? Suddenly, Erebus saw a figure disappear from the ruins. This made him wonder if his eyes were playing tricks on him. He couldn't sense any signs of life at all. Buzz. With a thought from He Tian, the void around him vibrated. Runes rushed out of his body and disappeared into the void around him. He was a formation grandmaster. With just a thought, he set up an invisible formation around him, shrouding the void within a radius of 300 meters around him. After doing all that, He Tian walked into the ruin and disappeared. The atmosphere on the soaring dragon ancestral star became a little strange. As the power of heaven's wrath continued to weaken, some old antiques who had been enduring for countless years could no longer sit still. Strange auras came from some of the forbidden and dangerous places on the soaring dragon continent, as if terrifying existences were awakening from their slumber. At this moment, even ordinary cultivators knew that the power of heaven's wrath that had existed for countless years was about to disappear. Ordinary cultivators had no idea what it meant when the power of heaven's wrath disappeared. But to the old antiques, once the shackles that had been restraining them were removed, they would be able to move freely in the world again. They would no longer have to suffer like this. When the power of heaven's wrath disappears, it will be the death of Gu Fei and his disciple. In the ancestral grounds of the Dongfang family, a figure stood on a mountain peak and looked into the depths of the sky. He then said these words, "Master." At this moment, a figure appeared on the mountain peak without a sound. "Is that guy dead yet?" Dongfang Chen's voice was emotionless. "He was saved by Dongfang Xian," the person quickly said. "Dongfang Xian," Dongfang Chen muttered to himself. His eyes flickered with a bright light. No one knew what he was thinking, not even his confidants. A storm was brewing in the Tunglong continent, but the Divine Ocean was relatively peaceful, as the overseas factions were all under Gu Fei's control. Gu Fei and Yenner lived a peaceful and simple life in the ancestral land of the Demon Clan on the Falling Star continent, one of the 3 continents of the God-fallen sea. The indestructible combat body had returned to the Tunglong continent, but Gu Fei's true form remained in the Falling Star continent. He was waiting for the indestructible combat body to open a path between the Falling Star continent and the Tunglong continent. When that time came, he would be able to return to the Tunglong continent with his subordinates. Perhaps he could even attack the ancestral ground of the Dongfang clan. Chapter 2562. A storm was brewing. The power of heaven's wrath was about to disappear. The world was about to change. All the major forces were preparing, especially the ancient desolate land forces. They knew many secrets of the world and had been preparing for this since a long time ago. At this moment, the fallen god ocean was relatively peaceful because the 3 continents were under Gu Fei's control. The 3 overseas Saint Venerables were all subdued by him. The overseas forces were not weaker than the ancient desolate land forces. Gu Fei's real body was waiting and his subordinates were ready. Once the time came, they would come to the Tunglong continent in their strongest form. At that time, the entire Tonglong continent would change. The overseas forces would have to establish a foothold here if they wanted to enter the Tonglong continent. This would affect the interests of many forces. Conflicts were unavoidable. Gu Fei's real body had already thought of everything. He would take the Dongfang clan's territory and uproot them. He would end this conflict with the destruction of the Dongfang clan. Although the wait wasn't long, it was enough to make everyone restless, especially Gu Fei's subordinates. They were rubbing their fists and rubbing their palms. They couldn't wait to charge into the Tonglong continent. Rumble! On this day, an ancient cauldron was floating in the ancestral land of the demon clan in the Starfall continent. Dark clouds of doom loomed over the ancestral land of the demon clan. Bolts of lightning struck down from the clouds and struck the ancient cauldron. Buzz! The ancient cauldron trembled under the bombardment of the tribulation lightning. Primordial chaos chi circled around the cauldron, emitting an ancient aura. This was the primordial chaos chi. It was the most mysterious and ancient chi in the 3 realms and 6 paths. According to legend, the world had evolved from this chi. One strand of this chi could suppress mountains and rivers. The primordial chaos chi stabilized a part of the sky. Extremely powerful tribulation lightning struck down from the sky and struck the cauldron of mountain and river. However, no matter how powerful the tribulation lightning was, it couldn't shatter the space where the cauldron of mountain and river was. Someone was undergoing tribulation in the cauldron of mountain and river. The powerful tribulation lightning shook the world. A crimson dragon was roaring in the cauldron of mountain and river. The dragon's roar shook the world inside. Roar! The crimson dragon opened its mouth and inhaled, actually swallowing the tribulation lightning that filled the sky into its stomach, and then directly refining it into its own essence energy to replenish the essence energy it had lost. If someone saw this scene, their eyeballs would definitely pop out. This was tribulation lightning. There was actually a creature that dared to directly swallow this type of destructive power into its body. However, the crimson dragon did it. Streaks of lightning circulated around the scarlet dragon's body, which was as huge as a mountain ridge. Not only did it devour the tribulation lightning, but it also used the tribulation lightning to temper its body. Such boldness was not something that all living beings possessed. The so-called saint-level heavenly tribulation doesn't seem all that impressive. The crimson dragon's fighting spirit sword. Runes appeared indistinctly all over his body. Those were streaks of dragon-shaped Tao patterns. The power of the true dragon bloodline in his body had already completely awakened. The great Tao went from complex to simple. The countless runes on the crimson dragon's body were constantly changing. The seemingly endless runes gradually decreased until only 9 blurry dragon-shaped runes were left. This was the sign of becoming a saint. The crimson dragon was attacking the saint level. He was finally going to take that step. He was going to become a holy dragon and soar into the heavens. Rumble! The most powerful tribulation lightning became stronger and stronger, as if it wanted to completely shatter the world inside the cauldron of mountain and river. When the tribulation lightning struck down, a pitch-black spatial crack would be left in the void. The crimson dragon bathed in the lightning. He enjoyed the feeling of the tribulation lightning tempering his body. This level of tribulation lightning could not harm him at all. A divine aura began to appear on the crimson dragon's body. At the same time, a faint sound of thunder came from the depths of the sky. Although the sound was soft, it made the crimson dragon shudder. Is it finally coming? The crimson dragon found it difficult to remain calm. This was a sign that the power of heaven's wrath was about to descend. The moment he became a saint, he would be killed by the power of heaven's wrath. Of course, this was the consequence of undergoing the tribulation outside the cauldron of mountain and river. Inside the cauldron of mountain and river, even the power of heaven's wrath could not enter and wreak havoc inside. Even though he knew this, the Crimson Dragon was still extremely nervous. He looked into the depths of the sky, and his aura was raised to the extreme. The entire void seemed like it was about to shatter. However, although the power of heaven's wrath had descended, it was blocked outside by the power of the cauldron of mountain and river. It could not enter the world inside the cauldron of mountain and river. The Crimson Dragon breathed a sigh of relief. Otherwise, he would have suffered a tragedy. At this time, all the cultivators in the ancestral grounds of the demonic race were watching from afar. The commotion caused by the Crimson Dragon's tribulation was not small. Almost all the reputable people in the Endless Sea region had come. As Gu Fei's disciple, the Crimson Dragon actually had the cultivation and strength to break through to the saint level a long time ago. However, he had been suppressing his cultivation and did not trigger the tribulation. The Crimson Dragon's foundation of the Great Path was very sturdy, and his physical body was extremely powerful, which was why he seemed so relaxed when undergoing the tribulation. However, the 9 stages of the tribulation were not that easy to make it through. In the following period of time, the Crimson Dragon was finally injured. The power of the tribulation had almost obliterated his soul, turning him into a soulless, walking corpse. However, he made it through. The 9 patterns gradually became clear. The divine aura was vast, and every rune was releasing an endless aura of the Great Path. Boom! After some time, a loud rumble was heard. The Crimson Dragon's entire body seemed like it was about to burn. The fiery dragon-shaped patterns finally took shape, and true divine aura appeared in the world. The cultivators who were watching Gu Zhong's tribulation from afar all looked at the cauldron of mountain and river in shock. A dragon's roar was heard from the cauldron of mountain and river, reverberating in the world. He actually succeeded, someone said something like that. The Crimson Dragon had succeeded. The tribulation clouds in the sky gradually dispersed, but the power of heaven's wrath that was descending from the depths of the sky remained and did not retreat. The Crimson Dragon then used the 9 patterns to suppress his cultivation of the saint level. As such, the power of heaven's wrath immediately lost its target and retreated. The Crimson Dragon charged out of the cauldron of mountain and river. At this time he had already become a holy dragon, and his entire body was surrounded by the aura of the Great Path. Roar! The Crimson Dragon roared at the sky. The huge dragon's body was changing, and a figure appeared in the world. It was a middle-aged man surrounded by flames. The middle-aged man's appearance was changing rapidly. He began to become younger. Eventually, a handsome young man with long crimson hair appeared. Chapter 2563. Red Dragon became a martial sage. He was the second disciple of Gu Fei to become a martial sage. After becoming a martial sage, Red Dragon's aura was obviously different. His sharp aura had been completely retracted. This was a phenomenon of returning to one's natural state. Congratulations, senior brother. Congratulations, brother. The group of powerful beings who were watching the Scarlet Dragon's tribulation from afar rushed over and congratulated the Scarlet Dragon. One must know that a saint dragon was definitely stronger than any ordinary saint. This was the advantage of a race. Of course, this advantage was non-existent in front of Gu Fei. Even connate life forms were not as strong as Gu Fei, let alone the dragon tribe. At this time, Red Dragon knelt in the direction of Gu Fei. After bowing, he accepted the congratulations from the crowd. Gu Fei did not come out. He lived in seclusion in the depths of the ancestral grounds of the demon race. It was difficult for outsiders to see him. Even if someone came to visit, he would not meet them. You didn't make the wrong choice as a disciple. In a pavilion in the depths of the ancestral grounds of the demon race, a fairy in white smiled and said to a young man in black. There was a saucer in front of them. A faint fragrance of tea lingered in the pavilion. There was a teacup in front of them that had steam wafting from it. Those with poor temperament and conduct are not worthy of being my disciples. Gu Fei picked up the cup in front of him, took a sip, and said, "Both of your disciples have become martial sages. Yao Yue's cultivation is a little weaker, but she will definitely become a martial sage. I wonder who will become a martial sage first, Yao Yue or our baby." Yenner said she yearned for such a peaceful life, but she also knew that such a peaceful life would not last long. At her level of cultivation, she could naturally sense the subtle changes in the world. A great change that would sweep across the 3 realms and 6 Tao was about to happen. No cultivator could avoid being swept into it. Linger has our bloodline. Maybe she will become a martial sage before Yayue does. Gu Fei said. Yana nodded and stopped talking. She slowly sipped her tea. At this time, the ancestral land of the demon clan was very lively. Lanterns and streamers were hung everywhere. All the powerful clans of the Falling Stars continent had sent messengers to congratulate them. A crimson dragon becoming a sage was no small feat in the following 3 days. The people of the Clear Moon continent and the Purple Sun continent came too. No one dared to be negligent when Gu Fei's disciple became a martial sacred. The unaging demon child, the South Heaven hierarch, and the Purple Sun, heavenly monarch, all came. This was especially so for the unold demon child and the others. They used the Crimson Dragon's ascension as an opportunity to congratulate and pay their respects to the Crimson Dragon's master, Gu Fei. Since the 3 holy venerates came, Gu Fei had to meet them. The unold demon child and the others entered the depths of the demon race's ancestral ground. Several hours later, they came out with grave expressions. After congratulating the Crimson Dragon, the unold demon child and the other 2 Saint Venerables directly left. The Purple Sun, heavenly monarch, naturally returned to the Purple Sun continent. The South Heaven hierarch was still the ruler of the Clear Moon continent, overseeing it. The unold demon child, on the other hand, had become a loner and had been wandering around for years. The change is not far away. Before the unold demon child left the demon race's ancestral ground, he turned around and took a look at the demon race's ancestral ground before drifting away. At this time, all the sages in the 3 realms and 6 Taos had a premonition that the change was not far away. Some of the old antiques, who had lived for countless years, naturally knew the saying. The change of the world was about to happen, but no one knew what would happen when the time came. While the Crimson Dragon was becoming a martial sacred in the East Imperial City of the Tunglong continent, Gu Zhong was like a stone statue guarding outside the place where Gu Fei was cultivating in seclusion. Over the past few days, more and more spies from various forces had gathered outside the East Imperial City. These forces were not only from the East Imperial City, but there were also forces from outside the East Imperial City, especially the people from the archaic Tao sect. Ever since the great Heaven Saint Emperor had been defeated, the spies from the archaic Tao sect had set their eyes on the East Imperial City's city lord office. They were paying close attention to the movements of Gu Fei and his disciple in the city lord office. The great Heaven Saint Emperor was a big shot in the archaic Tao sect. His great-great-grandson had been killed by Gu Zhong. Such a great hatred naturally had to be avenged. However, even the powerful archaic Tao sect was afraid of Gu Fei and his disciple. They did not dare to attack them recklessly. The people from the Dongfang family were observing this situation quietly. They did not send any experts to cause trouble for Gu Fei and his disciple. After Dongfang Yifeng had been defeated, the people from the Dongfang family did not dare to appear again. No one wanted to die. The family leader of the Dongfang family, Dongfang Qin, knew very well that it was definitely not an easy task to get rid of Gu Fei and his disciple. At this time, he could not use the ancestral weapon. Furthermore, Gu Fei had a supreme saint weapon. Even if he used the ancestral weapon, no one knew if he could kill Gu Fei and his disciple. Dongfang Qin could not take the risk. The Dongfang family's ancestral weapon could not be lost. This was because an old antique of the Dongfang family, who had been asleep for countless years, was about to awaken. Once the old ancestor awakened from his slumber, no matter how strong the ultimate martial body was, no one would be a match for the old ancestor. Gu Fei's real body was waiting on the falling star continent, and the Dongfang family was also waiting. Rumble! At this time there was a rumbling sound in the place where Gu Fei was cultivating in seclusion. In his secret room, countless runes filled every inch of the void. These runes all emitted an immortal light of the way. They constantly intertwined and recombined, evolving into a vast number of formation runes. Even Gu Fei felt extremely strained. Gu Fei, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, was surrounded by golden divine light. 9 dazzling golden runes of the way appeared on his body and branded themselves onto his body. Boom! At this time, there was a muffled sound like thunder. A corner of the formation runes that Gu Fei was controlling suddenly collapsed, and the runes dissipated into the void. Gu Fei's body swayed, and a trace of blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. Failed again. Gu Fei reached out and wiped the trace of blood from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were still extremely determined. Reversing the ancient teleportation formation required too much effort and energy. It made him feel physically and mentally exhausted. He continued to evolve the formation runes. Soon, the collapsed corner of the formation reappeared and protected the formation. At this time, Array, Grandmaster He Tian, entered a ruin in the starry sky. This was the ruins of the Archean battlefield. Of course, the battle there was extremely intense, and everything was destroyed. In the dark and cold void, there were countless fragments floating. Among them, there were fragments of weapons and magic treasures that had long lost their divinity. One could even see dried corpses in these ruins. Countless years had passed, and the corpses did not melt. This was enough to show how powerful and terrifying these corpses were when they were alive. However, they had fallen here. As He Tian walked, he could not help but be shocked to the extreme. This Archean battlefield was not simple. He could even feel the terrifying aura of destruction coming from several places in the depths of the ruins. It was not the aura of living beings. It was not even the aura that could be produced by living beings. It was the power of the formation. In this battlefield, there were half-destroyed killing formations that were still in operation. If one was careless and entered these killing formations, they would be in big trouble. Of course, He Tian was a Ray Grandmaster. These terrifying remnant formations might be a great threat to others, but they were nothing to him. What is that? At this time, He Tian suddenly saw a black shadow flash across the ruins on the right. When he wanted to see it clearly, the mysterious figure had already disappeared. He Tian could not help but feel a chill in his heart. He still could not sense any life aura, not even the unique death aura of the undead. What is that? It can't be the legendary undying evil intent, right? Thinking of this, He Tian couldn't help but shiver. This kind of existence was the most terrifying thing in the world. In the past, the palace of deities on the moon deities became a famous ominous land in the heavenly realm because of this evil intent. He Tian couldn't help but speed up. He did not know if it was a blessing or a curse to enter these ruins. His figure disappeared into the depths of the ruins as he crossed over. The ancient crepe myrtle star was one of the 5 ancestral stars of the human realm. According to legend, an invincible sovereign once appeared on this ancient star in the distant past. Supreme Crepe Myrtle was definitely one of the most outstanding sovereigns since ancient times. In a mountain range to the south of the ancestral Crepe Myrtle star, a great battle was taking place. Violet chi spread for 30,000 miles. It was a battle between a godlike young man and another young man. Ji Changkong, when are you waiting for your death? A purple-haired young man shouted. His voice reverberated in the mountains and spread far away. Purple patterns of the way rushed out from the young man's body, faintly discernible in the void, emanating a powerful aura of the great path. "Haha, Jiziang, you want to kill me? Are you qualified?" said Ji Changkong with a laugh. "Bzzz." As he spoke, he waved his hands. Purple blades of light rushed out of his hands and slashed towards the purple-haired young man. Every purple blade of light contained a purple Tao rune. These were blades of light formed from the power of the great Tao. They could cut through the void. "You said I'm not qualified to kill you." The young man named Ji Ziang was instantly enraged. He was a genius of the Ji clan and had always been arrogant. He believed that he was not weaker than others. His entire body was glowing as if he had turned into a purple sun. The blades of light of the great Tao that slashed down actually dissipated in the void under the illumination of the purple divine Sunday. "Humph! You do have some ability." Chapter 2564. Ji Changkong was incomparably powerful. He unleashed a great technique, wanting to devour the divine sun that Ji Zhang had transformed into. Rumble! The entire world was shaking. The aura of the great Tao was vast and mighty. The entire mountain range seemed like it was going to collapse. Cracks appeared on the mountain range, and countless rocks rolled down from the mountains. All the living beings in the region were terrified. It was like the end of the world had arrived. Boom! With a loud sound, the purple sun in the sky suddenly exploded. The destructive power shook the heavens and the earth, creating a huge hole in the sky. Chaotic chi lingered in the hole. At the same time, a figure vomited blood and retreated. He directly rushed into the hole and disappeared into the chaotic void. Humph! A cold snort was heard. An incomparably huge whirlpool appeared in the sky, devouring all the destructive power that was spreading in all directions. After that, a figure appeared in the sky. This person was Ji Changkong. He had forced Ji Ziang to flee. He and Ji Ziang were both from the Ji clan. His status was one generation higher than Ji Ziang's. However, Ji Ziang was the current clan leader's man. Ever since he knew that Ji Changkong was still alive, the clan leader of the Ji clan kept sending his trusted subordinates to get rid of Ji Changkong. However, Ji Changkong was no longer the Ji Changkong of the past. Ji Changkong's cultivation kept increasing while he was dealing with the clan leader's trusted subordinates. "It's time to go somewhere and try my luck." Ji Changkong stood in the void. Purple chi surged from his body. 9 purple Tao runes appeared on his body, emitting the aura of the great Tao. Swoosh! Ji Changkong's figure disappeared in the void. Not long after Ji Changkong left, a few incomparably powerful auras rushed over from afar. The person in the lead was an old man with white hair and a dragon headstaff in his hand. "Where is the traitor?" An aged voice resounded and spread far. The dragon headstaff in the old man's hand had faint Tao runes on it. It was a powerful divine tool. Did Ziang lose? Behind the old man, a green-clothed middle-aged man looked at the destroyed mountain range and said in shock, "That traitor is actually so powerful." Another gray-clothed middle-aged man said in disbelief, "Preposterous." The old man was shocked and angry at the same time. Then he directly executed a great technique and replayed the battle between Ji Changkong and Ji Zhang. The scenes of the battle replayed. The final scene was of Ji Changkong leaving. Ziyang really lost to that traitor. The 2 middle-aged men were a little dumbfounded. One should know that Ji Ziang was a publicly recognized genius in the Ji clan. His cultivation was extremely powerful, and even some of the older generation experts were not his match. That traitor should have gone there. The gray-robed, middle-aged man suddenly said, "Does he want to undergo tribulation?" The green-clothed, middle-aged man seemed to have thought of something. He glanced at the gray-clothed, middle-aged man and said in shock, "Even if that traitor escapes to the ends of the earth, I will still kill him." After saying that, the old man left with the 2 middle-aged men and headed towards that place. While Ji Chong Kong was causing huge waves on the Myrtle ancestral star, He Tian was still traversing through the ruins, floating in the starry sky. He suddenly realized that there was a huge bronze warship floating in front of him. The huge warship was thousands of meters long and looked like a small mountain. It was floating towards him. There was a huge hole on the body of the bronze warship. It was the imprint of a hand. The warship had been pierced by a palm. The person who did it was definitely a peerless expert. It should be known that ordinary people could not destroy a bronze warship of this level. This kind of warship was a terrifying battle tool that only a few super factions could possess. He Tian was very careful. He was not in a hurry to board the warship. Instead, he carefully observed the warship from the outside. There was no aura of life in the warship. Looking through the palm-shaped hole, he could see some corpses floating inside. Buzz! The void around He Tian was vibrating. Formation runes were faintly discernible. The formation runes enveloped the void of 100 meters around him. Anything that entered the range of his formation would be instantly detected by him. After hesitating for a while, He Tian decided to board the warship. It should be known that there was a teleportation formation on a warship of this level. As long as he found the teleportation formation, he would be able to return to the ancestral star. This was the reason why He Tian took the risk to enter the unknown ruins. He wanted to find the teleportation formation or something else that could help him return to the ancestral star. There are only 5 ancestral stars in the entire human realm. Moreover, these 5 ancestral stars were scattered across the boundless star region. It was almost impossible to find one ancestral star after losing one's way. As the formation runes shrouded the warship, all the movements in the warship appeared in He Tian's mind. There were many corpses floating in the warship. It was obvious that the peerless expert who attacked the bronze warship had killed all the cultivators on the warship with a single palm strike. Even Erebus, who had already become a saint, felt his heart palpitate at this level of battle prowess. It must be known that he could tell from the formation patterns on this warship that this was a saint-grade warship. The person who could break a saint-class warship with a single palm strike was at least a saint ruler, saint emperor, or even a saint venerable. Just as Erebus had expected, he found a formation platform in the middle of the ancient battleship. However, the formation platform had already collapsed, but the runes on it had not been destroyed. If it was someone else, they would not be able to use the broken formation platform. However, who was He Tian? He was a formation grandmaster. To He Tian, repairing the formation platform was not a difficult task. After carefully observing the formation platform, He Tian began to repair it. He had collected a lot of divine materials, and this was the right time to use them. A few hours later, the cracked formation platform was repaired by He Tian. Rays of divine light flowed on the formation platform. After injecting spiritual qi into the formation platform, the runes on the inside of the formation platform immediately lit up. It's a formation platform that teleports to that place. Soon, He Tian was shocked. This formation platform was actually a formation platform built by a great sect from one of the 5 ancestral planets, the celestial Myrtle star. What happened in the past? He Tian was very curious. A warship from the celestial Myrtle star actually appeared here. Could it be that the great sect from the celestial Myrtle star was fighting against other forces in the starry sky? Forget it. Who cares what happened in the past? I'll leave this damned place first. He Tian did not hesitate and immediately activated the formation platform. The moment he activated the array, he suddenly felt something approaching the ancient battleship at a rapid speed. This startled him. There was indeed something unknown hidden in the ruins. Whoosh! At this moment, the void above the formation platform suddenly trembled. He Tian's figure then disappeared from the formation platform. He had escaped right away. Roar! Just as my Tian was about to escape, a roar rang out from outside the ancient battleship. a huge figure appeared outside the ancient battleship. Boom! The huge black figure slammed down with its palm, and the entire ancient warship immediately collapsed. Even the ancient formation platform that He Tian repaired was shattered into millions of pieces. At the same time, in the depths of the celestial Myrtle Star, an ancient formation platform that had been sealed for countless years suddenly emitted waves of energy. Soaring Dragon Ancestral Star, Eastern Domain, East Royal City, Gu Fei's seclusion ground. Rumble! Powerful energy waves came from Gu Fei's seclusion ground. At this moment, runes began to revolve around Gu Fei's body, emitting an ancient and vicissitude aura. He had successfully reversed 1/3 of the ancient teleportation formation. However, to reverse the entire ancient teleportation formation was not something that could be done in a short period of time. At this moment, Gu Zhong, who was guarding outside Gu Fei's seclusion ground, suddenly opened his eyes. Why are there always flies coming to die? As he spoke, Gu Zhong stood up from the ground. He held the Thunder God spear in his hand and took a step forward. In the next moment, he appeared in the sky above the city, Lord's estate. A chariot appeared out of nowhere in the sky above the city, Lord's estate. It was a chariot pulled by a flood dragon. There were 3 flood dragons in the quasi-saint realm. On the chariot stood a tall middle-aged man in purple immortal armor. Who the hell are you? Gu Zhong stared at the middle-aged man on the chariot and said indifferently, Humph, how many years has it been since someone dared to speak to me like this? The middle-aged man looked at Gu Zhong and said coldly, Is that so? Gu Zhong didn't mind. What's the point of talking to someone like you? I'll just kill you and go back to comprehend my grand Tao. As the middle-aged man spoke, he immediately attacked Gu Zhong. With a wave of his right hand, the shadow of a dragon rushed out from his hand and pounced towards Gu Zhong. Roar! The image of the dragon instantly grew bigger. It raised its head and roared, causing the entire world to tremble. A supreme true dragon's power burst out from the image of the dragon. True dragon force. Gu Zhong couldn't help but be shocked when he sensed this energy wave. To think that this fella would be able to unleash the true dragon force. Seems like this fella isn't a weakling. Kill! Gu Zhong waved the Thunder God spear in his hand. Like a long rod, he smashed it towards the huge dragon that was pouncing towards him. Powerful thunder and lightning power exploded on the divine spear. Bang! Chapter 2565. The mysterious expert suddenly appeared in the East Imperial City and charged to the sky above the city, Lord's residence. Rumble! Lightning energy wreaked havoc as Gu Zhong attacked. The Thunder God spear in his hand turned into a dazzling lightning, instantly dissipating the true dragon energy unleashed by the mysterious expert. Roar! The roar of a dragon shook the sky. The dragon, formed from the true dragon energy, seemed to have a life of its own as it roared and dissipated in the sky, causing blood, flesh, and scales to splatter everywhere. Very good. Now it won't be so boring. The middle-aged expert on the chariot couldn't help but nod his head when he saw this. Gu Zhong was able to dissipate his attack and was worthy of him taking action. If Gu Zhong couldn't even withstand this attack of his, such an opponent couldn't even be considered an opponent. He could only be considered an ant that could be squashed to death. Who are you? Gu Zhong gripped the Thunder God spear and stared at the middle-aged expert on the chariot. His expression was incomparably solemn. This opponent was very strong. This person was able to pull his chariot with 3 quasi-saint dragons. One must know that quasi-saints were the strongest existences below the saint realm, especially when the power of heaven's wrath hadn't disappeared. Quasi-saints were the strongest existences. Since this middle-aged expert was able to pull his chariot with 3 dragons, his cultivation base must be incomparably strong. Who I am is not important. The middle-aged expert on the chariot looked at Gu Zhong and said, his eyes shone with a dazzling divine light, like 2 divine suns that were nurturing immortal runes. I don't think there's any grudge between us, Gu Zhong said as he tightened his grip on the Thunder God spear. Yes, there's no grudge. The middle-aged expert thought for a moment before replying. What, if there's no grudge between us? Why did you come here to make me your enemy? Gu Zhong raged. There's no grudge, but there's karma. A junior asked me to help out once. Back then, I owed his ancestor a debt of gratitude. I can't do anything about it, the middle-aged expert said helplessly. Could it be those people from the Dongfang family? Gu Zhong's expression darkened. You guessed wrong. They're from the Dongfang family. Even if their patriarch came personally, he wouldn't be able to invite me. The middle-aged expert smiled and shook his head. It can't be Tianhong, right? Gu Zhong recalled the primordial Dao sect's ancient sage, Tianhong, whom he had recently defeated. Other than the Dongfang family, only this primordial Dao sect's important figure wanted to deal with him. All right, it's hard to refuse a favor. Let's spar and go through the motions. As the middle-aged man on the chariot spoke, divine runes of the immortal Dao appeared faintly on his body. On his immortal armor, the shadows of incomparably powerful creatures appeared indistinctly. This is... Gu Zhong was startled when he saw the image of the immortal armor on the middle-aged warrior. The countless beast phantoms eventually turned into 4 powerful phantoms. Roar! A huge dragon was roaring, emitting an extremely powerful aura of a true dragon. The 3 old dragons that were pulling the carriage immediately began to tremble in fear. True dragons were born to be a deterrent to flood dragons. Rumble, the void trembled. In front of the middle-aged cultivator, the phantom of a black tortoise appeared, and the entire world trembled under the pressure of this figure. It was as if this creature could crush the heavens and earth with a single flip. On the middle-aged warrior's right was a white tiger. A shocking, baleful aura emanated from this white tiger that was as large as a mountain. Roar! The might of the white tiger's roar was enough to shatter the entire heaven and earth. Su Chi-min. Even the chaos chi was forced out of his body. Below the middle-aged warrior was a divine bird that emitted boundless divine flames. This divine bird was the undying divine bird of the south, the vermilion bird. 4 spirits of heaven and earth. Gu Zhong couldn't help but be moved. This middle-aged man's immortal armor was incredible. It was actually the legendary 4-spirit immortal armor, an immortal sovereign's battle armor. I didn't think you would recognize my immortal armor. The middle-aged warrior was a little surprised. You are an immortal sovereign, or perhaps one of the earliest immortal sovereigns, the primordial immortal sovereign. As he spoke, Gu Zhong's body erupted with a heaven-shaking battle intent. The thunder god's spear in his hand vibrated. The Dao runes inside the spear turned into dazzling lightning that circulated around the spear's body. Brat, you really have a lot of questions. Come, if you can defeat me, I will tell you. The middle-aged warrior said with a smile. Very well, let's fight then. Gu Zhong didn't want to waste any more time. He moved the thunder god's spear to his left hand and pressed forward with his right hand. Golden Dao runes emerged on his right hand. Rumble! Space trembled and a huge golden hand appeared, slamming towards the middle-aged warrior standing on the chariot. Powerful ripples of power caused pitch-black spatial cracks to appear in the space enveloped by the huge golden hand. Heaven-encompassing palm. The eyes of the middle-aged warrior on the war chariot suddenly brightened. Then he also reached out with his right hand and pressed towards the incoming golden hand. A huge purple hand appeared in the void, meeting Gu Zhong's golden hand head-on. Boom! With a loud bang, the 2 hands collided. Extremely powerful energy ripples spread out. The Dao runes of the martial path and the Dao runes of the immortal path interweaved and destroyed each other. The golden hand and the immortal hand dissipated in the void. The 2 forces cancelled each other out. Neither Gu Zhong nor the middle-aged warrior was able to suppress the other. Swoosh! Gu Zhong soared into the sky and displayed his extreme speed of 8 steps. With a single step, he instantly arrived above the middle-aged warrior and was about to stomp down. However, it was at this moment that the middle-aged fighter arrived before Gu Zhong. A purple fist smashed towards Gu Zhong, and an incomparably powerful force sent Gu Zhong flying. What? Gu Zhong's shock was no small matter. Even though the other party was strong, he had clearly underestimated this opponent. Kill! As Gu Zhong was sent flying, he roared in anger. 9 golden runes rushed out from his body, turning into 9 golden divine swords that pierced towards the middle-aged warrior. Every single golden sword exuded a majestic aura of the great Tao. You're going all out so soon? The middle-aged warrior couldn't help but feel surprised when he saw Gu Zhong displaying such a method. This little fellow was actually going all out, using the 9 Tao runes he cultivated to form swords to attack. The middle-aged warrior stretched out his right hand, and a purple roulette appeared in his hand. As the roulette spun, a heaven-devouring force gushed out from it. The 9 golden sword lights were actually absorbed by the purple wheel and obliterated by it. This, Gu Zhong rapidly retreated. He was incomparably shocked in his heart. His opponent was too strong. He was actually able to dispel his killer move so easily. Retract! The middle-aged fighter shouted at Gu Zhong. 9 immortal runes immediately appeared on the purple roulette, and each immortal rune shone with dazzling light. The power of the great Tao was boundless. The purple roulette displayed a terrifying might, as though it wanted to devour the entire world, causing one's heart to palpitate. Gu Zhong, who was retreating, felt his body tighten. The heaven-devouring force from the roulette had already enveloped him. In the next moment, Gu Zhong was sent flying back towards the roulette. Rumble! Gu Zhong was both shocked and enraged. He directly used the Thunder God Spear. Rays of destructive lightning rushed out from the Thunder God Spear and bombarded the purple roulette. However, the roulette devoured everything. The rays of lightning that could tear the void were all devoured by the roulette in the middle-aged warrior's hand. Gu Zhong was incomparably shocked. One should know that the Thunder God Spear in his hand was a great saint tool. Although he couldn't fully unleash the power of this great saint tool, his attack was enough to force a saint to retreat. Little fellow, you're not bad. The middle-aged warrior smiled. Preposterous! Gu Zhong found it difficult to stabilize his body. His body involuntarily flew towards the purple roulette in his opponent's hand. He had no choice but to use his trump card. Swoosh! Gu Zhong's body suddenly turned blurry. It was as if he was about to escape into the void, after which he flew backwards like an illusion. In an instant, he broke free from the devouring power that was spreading from the purple wheel. This is... On the war chariot, the middle-aged combatant couldn't help being shocked. He saw through the origin of this secret art that Gu Zhong had used. This secret art was extremely famous in ancient times and could be considered an undefeatable secret art. At this moment, Gu Zhong's blurry figure became solid once again. The 9 secrets of a mortal path? The middle-aged warrior's expression turned solemn as he looked at Gu Zhong. The 9 secrets of a mortal path wasn't an ordinary divine technique. It was a supreme secret technique created by the supreme Tao ancestor. Humph! Gu Zhong snorted coldly and didn't say anything. His eyes swept over the middle-aged warrior on the chariot like a bolt of lightning. His battle intent surged like a rainbow. Very good. A cultivator should advance courageously and be indomitable. The middle-aged warrior looked at Gu Zhong and nodded. Gu Zhong didn't say anything. He held the Thunder God Spear in his hand. His entire body was shrouded in golden light, and an extremely powerful aura erupted from his body. You've cultivated more than one secret technique. The middle-aged warrior's eyes lit up again. Roar! Gu Zhong roared. Rays of golden light appeared around him like bolts of lightning. His aura soared and his chi and blood flourished, like a primordial true dragon. The middle-aged warrior wasn't in a hurry to act. He quietly looked at Guzhong, allowing him to increase his strength. Rumble, a powerful force, was released, causing the void around Guzhong to tremble. The potential of his martial physique was stimulated by the secret technique. It was as though the entire world couldn't contain this powerful martial physique. Chapter 2566. The pressure from the middle-aged cultivator was too great. Guzhong had no choice but to go all out. Bzz, the void trembled. Rays of golden light flowed around Guzhong's body like lightning, emitting a series of crackling sounds. Sky Ascension Secret Technique. What a surprise! The middle-aged cultivator standing on the chariot allowed Guzhong to increase his strength. He wasn't in a hurry to make a move. His lips curled into a smile. He was very confident. Eat my fist. At this moment, Guzhong's entire body was surging with energy. His entire body felt like it was swelling up. He had nowhere to vent his energy, so he had to vent it out. Boom! Guzhong directly punched the middle-aged warrior on the chariot. A violent force erupted and immediately shattered the sleeve on his right arm. His left hand held onto the Thunder God's spear as he punched out with his strongest fist, displaying an invincible fist intent. When the middle-aged warrior saw Guzhong unleashing such a punch, his countenance finally changed. Such a punch wasn't something that just anyone could unleash. This kind of invincible fist intent needed to be tempered thousands of times before it could become a kind of supreme battle intent. As Guzhong punched out, the space in front of his fist trembled as black spatial cracks appeared. Guzhong's fist was like a huge golden mountain as it pushed forward. Roar! Feeling the might of Guzhong's punch, the three-headed serpent that was pulling the chariot immediately felt uneasy. It roared continuously, its voice shaking the heavens and earth. Everyone in the East Imperial Kingdom could hear it. Who is that? To actually use 3 serpents to pull the chariot. The cultivators in the East Imperial Kingdom were all shocked to the extreme. The powerful aura emitted from the 3 serpents caused everyone's hearts to palpitate. The aura of the immortal Tao is boundless. That person must be an expert of the immortal Tao. Someone said something like that. Experts that could appear in the East Imperial Kingdom were most likely here to look for Gu Fei and his disciple. This time there was no exception. Guzhong, you're going to die this time. On a mountain peak outside of the East Royal City stood an old man with white hair and beard. This person was carefully restraining his aura. This person was the big shot from the primordial Tao sect that Guzhong had chased away, ancient sage Tianhong. Ancient sage Tianhong's status was very important in the primeval Tao sect. However, in front of the middle-aged fighter, he was just a junior. The fighter was indebted to his ancestor. At this time, the middle-aged warrior stretched out his right hand to block the attack. His expression turned solemn. His opponent had used the Ascension secret technique, and the strength of his martial body had soared to a terrifying level. This kind of power could definitely compete with a sage at his peak. Buzz! The void trembled as immortal runes shot out from the middle-aged cultivator's hand, imprinting themselves onto the surrounding void. It was at this moment that Guzhong felt a powerful force surging over from the front. His fist had encountered an incomparably powerful resistance. The middle-aged combatant's right hand sealed the void between heaven and earth. Guzhong felt as if the void around him was about to solidify. He felt as if he was in a swamp, and his movements became sluggish. Roar! Guzhong let out an angry roar as his long hair danced wildly in the wind. His eyes became extremely sharp, and his body burst with dazzling golden light. 9 golden runes appeared on his body, releasing an immortal aura of the Great Path. Just as Guzhong felt that his movements were normal, a fist appeared in front of him. Bam! His vision turned black as he was punched in the right eye. The powerful impact almost caused him to faint. Stars danced in front of him as he stumbled backward to avoid the attack. However, before he could stabilize his body, he felt another pain in his abdomen. He had been punched again. How is this possible? Gu Zhong was extremely shocked. He couldn't even see how his opponent had punched. This made him extremely shocked. His opponent's combat power had far exceeded his expectations. Kill! Gu Zhong shook the Thunder God spear in his hand, and a large amount of the power of thunder and lightning immediately bloomed from the Thunder God spear. In an instant, it covered a radius of 10,000 feet. Every bolt of lightning emitted a terrifying destructive aura, tearing the heavens and earth apart. There were lightning-shaped runes in the sea of thunder and lightning. However, a shadow of a dragon broke through the sea of thunder and pounced towards Gu Zhong, sending him flying. This dragon shadow was the Azure Dragon. The middle-aged cultivator was wearing the 4 spiritual immortal armor. This was a legendary immortal armor with a great origin. When wearing this immortal armor, there would be the protection of the 4 spiritual immortal armor. Puffed! Gu Zhong spurted out a mouthful of blood. He held onto the Thunder God spear tightly as golden blood flowed from his hand. So powerful, Gu Zhong was sent flying thousands of feet away. His left hand that was holding onto the Thunder God spear was already a bloody mess. The power of the Azure Dragon's attack was extremely powerful. Even if he used the secret technique of ascension, it would still be difficult for him to resist it. How is this possible? Gu Zhong was shocked to the extreme. The toughness of his martial body was absolutely invincible among those of the same level. Furthermore, under the state of using the secret skill of ascension, the potential of his martial body was stimulated. The combat strength of his martial body was definitely multiplied. He couldn't accept this reality. The cultivators in the eastern royal city, who were spectating from afar, were also stunned by the scene. That immortal cultivator could actually suppress Gu Zhong. This was truly unbelievable. Is that person an immortal venerable? Someone asked. In their opinion, only the legendary immortal venerables could be a match for Gu Fei and his disciple. However, immortal venerables weren't like ordinary cultivators. The power of heaven's wrath still exists. Even if an immortal venerable came, he wouldn't be able to do anything to Gu Fei and his disciple. Someone voiced out his doubt. Rumble. At this time, the middle-aged cultivator finally moved. He took a step forward and instantly walked out from the war chariot. A powerful immortal pressure caused the entire heaven and earth to tremble. The silhouettes of 4 spiritual beasts appeared around him. Each of them emitted a powerful energy fluctuation. The 4 spiritual immortal armor was truly extraordinary. The middle-aged cultivator didn't even activate the armor, but it could defend against all attacks. Although you're strong, you're still not my opponent. Call your master out. The middle-aged cultivator pressed towards Gu Zhong. Immortal Tao energy surged from his body. His power was in a strange state and didn't exceed the limits of the mortal realm. However, the middle-aged cultivator could use this power to defeat Gu Zhong. Gu Zhong was both shocked and furious. However, he knew that the other party wasn't wrong. Even if he grasped the 9 secrets of immortal Tao, supreme arts were useless in the face of absolute power. Although he still had other immortal arts that he hadn't used yet, he knew that there was no need for them to be used. Who exactly are you? Gu Zhong was unwilling, but this person was truly undefeatable. No matter how strong his battle intent was, it was useless. The other party's overwhelming strength was the most important thing. Overwhelming strength was enough to make anyone despair. However, Gu Zhong didn't despair. His battle intent was still strong and didn't show any signs of depression. It's best if you don't know who I am. The middle-aged war chariot didn't want to reveal his identity. Don't tell me you're the legendary 4 spiritual immortal sovereign. Gu Zhong suddenly thought of something and exclaimed in shock. 4 spiritual immortal sovereign was one of the 9 primordial immortal sovereigns. He was the direct disciple of the supreme Tao ancestor and also the inheritor of one of the 9 secrets of immortal Tao, the godly seizing secret art. The supreme Tao ancestor had imparted the godly seizing secret art to 4 spiritual immortal sovereign. The middle-aged cultivator didn't say anything and continued to press towards Guzhong step by step. The entire heaven and earth trembled along with his footsteps. With each step, his aura grew stronger. When the middle-aged cultivator took 9 steps, the sky seemed like it was about to collapse. It was extremely terrifying. The eastern royal city below was affected as well. However, the city had its defensive formation. The middle-aged cultivator's aura was too powerful, causing the defensive formation to activate. Then, a layer of divine light enveloped the entire East Royal Palace, isolating the powerful pressure that descended from the sky outside. Gu Zhong was forced back again. He coughed up blood as the thunder god's spear in his hand emitted dazzling lightning. Inside the spear, there were lightning-shaped Tao runes faintly appearing. For spiritual immortal sovereign. At this moment, a voice rang out in the eastern royal city's lord residence. A wave of divine sense spread out from the residence. So you're Gu Fei. The middle-aged cultivator stopped. You know who I am, yet you still dare to come here. Your courage is truly commendable. Gu Fei's divine sense spread out from the residence once again. I've come here specifically to meet you. Come out and fight. The middle-aged cultivator's gaze swept across the eastern royal city's lord residence. Soon, he found a rather special place in the residence. There was a faint ripple coming from that place. I see. The middle-aged cultivator seemed to have noticed something. 1 month from now, here and now, I'll fight you. Gu Fei was silent for a moment before he said such words. Very well, I'll wait for you for a month. After saying that, the middle-aged cultivator returned to the chariot. Then, the 3 old serpents that were pulling the chariot roared at the same time. They pulled the cultivator and charged into the sky, quickly disappearing into the horizon. He left just like that. Gu Zhong stood in the sky and scratched his head in confusion. Seeing this scene, the cultivators in the eastern royal city were dumbfounded, especially those from the Dongfang clan. It wasn't easy to find someone who could suppress Gu Zhong, but this mysterious man left just like that. What's going on? Chapter 2567. Seeing the middle-aged cultivator leave, ancient sage Tianhong, who was on the mountain outside the East Imperial City, was dumbfounded. How can he leave? Ancient sage Tianhong muttered to himself. He had spent a lot of effort in order to invite this person. After all, it had been very difficult for him to find this person. If it wasn't for the fact that this person was indebted to his ancestors, this person would definitely not have bothered with him. After all, this person had a great background. Ancient sage Tianhong then left. Gu Zhong stood in the sky for a long time before flying down. He entered the East Royal City below and returned to the East Royal City, Lord's residence. Master, Gu Zhong arrived outside the place where Gu Fei was cultivating in seclusion. You've worked hard. A voice rang out in Gu Zhong's mind. The battle just now had even alarmed Gu Fei, who was cultivating in seclusion. He had no choice but to speak up and set up a duel with that person in a month's time. To cultivators, a month's time was very short. It was also because of this that the middle-aged cultivator agreed. It's not hard at all, disciple, Gu Zhong replied. He had an urge to cry. He was so useless that he had to alarm his master. If it wasn't for his master, he would probably be dead today. All right, we'll talk after I come out of seclusion, Gu Fei said. After that, he didn't say anything else. In the secret room where he was cultivating in seclusion, countless runes interweaved and an ancient aura filled the air. The runes interweaved and recombined, and the initial form of an ancient formation was revealed. Gu Fei was still constantly deducing and didn't dare to relax. He only had a month's time. Yes, Gu Zhong replied. Then he sat cross-legged on the ground and placed the lightning god spear on his knees. He closed his eyes, and the aura on his body gradually disappeared. Very quickly he became like a stone statue and did not move at all. On the other hand, the lightning god spear on his knees was flowing with electricity, emitting a powerful and terrifying aura of destruction. The battle had ended. No one had expected it to end like this. The incomparably powerful middle-aged cultivator had actually retreated. This made many people in the East Imperial City feel extremely disappointed. Gu Fei and his disciple were like a mountain pressing down on their hearts. How they wished that someone could move this mountain away. However, it was extremely difficult to move the mountain. The silent East Imperial City gradually calmed down after half a day of clamor. At this moment, Gu Fei spared no time in deducing the ancient formation. One must know that once he succeeded, his true body would descend and he would have nothing to fear. As long as he successfully reversed the ancient teleportation formation and lured the overseas forces into the Tonglong continent, no force in the entire Tinglong continent would be able to threaten Gu Fei. One had to know that the 3 holy venerables of the outer seas had all been subdued by Gu Fei. 1 month inside the secret chamber within the endless symbols, 2 beams of dazzling divine light suddenly shone. That was Gu Fei's gaze, which seemed to be able to see through the void of heaven and earth. He was doing incomparably complicated things, continuously deducing the ancient formation, and then reorganizing the ancient formation. The great formation's embryonic form had already taken shape. This was an extremely important step. Rumble, sounds of wind and thunder gradually resounded in the secret chamber. Just as Gu Fei was deducing the ancient formation with all his might, on the ancestral star of the crepe myrtle, in a desolate historical site, an ancient formation platform that had been sealed for countless years suddenly lit up. Squawk! On an old tree beside the ancient formation platform, a strange bird squawked and flew away. In this desolate historical site, very few living beings could be seen. This historical site was filled with collapsed palaces and pavilions. Moreover, between these palaces and pavilions, bones could be seen scattered on the ground. There were immortal ruins and incomplete ancient formations here, which already possessed terrifying power. Though this was a historical site, no one dared to enter. This was the famous land of immortals on the ancestral star of the crepe myrtle. Legend has it that in the distant past, an extremely powerful living being was born here. That living being eventually ascended to the heavenly realm from this place. Therefore, this place was called the Land of Immortals. However, the Land of Immortals today was no longer the rare Land of Immortals. The Land of Immortals now was merely an ancient relic. There were no immortals here, not even ordinary living beings could be seen. No one knew what happened back then. An extremely powerful sect was reduced to ashes, just like that, erased from the ancestral star of the crepe myrtle. At this time, waves of immortal energy came from the desolate ruins. An ancient formation platform that was still in good condition was glowing. The runes on the ancient formation platform continued to light up. The worldly essence of the surroundings gradually gathered from all directions and entered the ancient formation platform. Whoosh! At this moment, the space above the ancient spirit formation platform trembled like water. Then, a figure passed through the layer of water and appeared on the ancient spirit formation platform. This is the immortal light emitting from the ancient formation platform dissipated. The runes on the ancient formation platform gradually disappeared into the interior of the platform. Then the ancient formation platform that had not been used for God knows how long went silent. Could this be the ancestral star of the crepe myrtle? He Tian glanced at the surroundings, only to see that everything was in ruins. In addition, there were even some places that emitted supreme, killing intent, as well as terrifying auras. What's going on? He Tian stood on the formation platform, He was not in a hurry to get down from the platform. One should know that other than the platform, he could not be sure if there were any other dangers. An ancient relic like this was not simple. It definitely hid peerless killing intent. If one was not careful, even a sage would die here. Humph! In the end, He Tian resorted to the old method and released runes. Runes rushed out from his body and disappeared into the void. The current Erebus could easily execute such a technique that could be used to form a formation out of nothing. In an instant, He Tian set up a killing formation around himself. This killing formation was hidden in the void and enveloped hundreds of square meters around He Tian. He Tian sensed that there was no danger around the ancient array platform. If there was any danger, it would have been triggered by the runes a long time ago. He was a grandmaster of arrays. Traveling in this dangerous place was much safer than ordinary cultivators. To know that only a grandmaster of arrays could form arrays from the void. Very quickly, he walked down the ancient array platform. After deciding on a direction, he walked forward. It was very easy to get out of this place. All he had to do was decide on a direction and keep walking. Eventually, he would be able to leave this place. This was a stupid method, but it was very effective. He Tian carefully walked out of this place. At this moment, someone wanted to enter this place in search of a great fortune. This place was the land of ascension. Legend has it that there is a great fortune here. It is the real land of ascension, a place that can nurture natural-born beings. Since the ancient times, countless people have come here to try their luck. However, most of them failed to find the legendary land of ascension. Moreover, among these people, a portion of them died on the way, unable to walk out of this place. At this moment, a figure appeared outside the land of ascension. This person was the traitor that his clan members called Ji Changkong. The real land of ascension was definitely a special place. However, this kind of heaven-defying place had disappeared long ago. However, someone once saw the legendary land of ascension in this place. Ji Changkong came here to try his luck. If he really found the land of ascension, then he would no longer need to be afraid of anyone from the Ji clan. Just as Ji Changkong was pacing back and forth outside the land of ascension, the experts of the Ji clan had already arrived. Ji Changkong, let's see where you can run to this time. An aged voice came from the sky. Then a figure descended from the sky and landed in front of Ji Changkong. It was an old man with white hair and a beard. The old man held a dragon head staff. Although he looked very old, the immortal Tao energy rippled from his body. There was no sign of aging. Ji Yunlong, I didn't expect you to be able to track me here. On top of a mountain, Ji Changkong stared coldly at the old man standing in the sky. At this moment, another two figures descended from the sky and landed behind the old man. These two immortal Tao experts looked middle-aged. In the world of cultivation, appearance did not mean anything. No one would judge a cultivator's age from their appearance. One should know that in the world of cultivation, there were often people who looked like children or young people, but their real age was extremely frightening. They were truly old antiques. Ji Changkong died. The moment they saw Ji Changkong, the two middle-aged men immediately charged at him. Powerful energy ripples exploded from their bodies. Swoosh! One of the middle-aged men waved his hand, and a purple sword light immediately rushed out from his hand. It flew towards Ji Changkong. Rumble, lightning flashed. The other middle-aged man held a lightning seal in his hand and unleashed an endless amount of lightning power towards Ji Changkong. The aura of destruction filled the air. The power of lightning represented destruction. Humph! Ji Changkong stretched out his right hand and grabbed forward. A pitch-black whirlpool appeared in his palm. A heaven-devouring power surged out from the whirlpool. The sword light and the lightning power that filled the sky were all devoured by the whirlpool that appeared in his right hand. What? The two middle-aged men could not help but be shocked when they saw this. How did Ji Changkong's cultivation reach such a level? At this moment, the heaven-devouring power that surged out from Ji Changkong's palm spread out and enveloped the two middle-aged men. Chapter 2568. Heaven-Devouring Hand. The old man with the dragon head staff was shocked when he saw Ji Changkong extend his hand and suck the two middle-aged men over. Bang! The old man struck out with the dragon head staff. An extremely powerful shockwave immediately exploded from the dragon head staff. The air trembled and immediately dissolved the heaven-devouring force from Ji Changkong's hand. The two middle-aged men immediately fell from the sky. They hurriedly used their Shen Qi, and their bodies emitted a divine light. They soared into the sky and did not truly fall to the ground. It really is the heaven-devouring hand. The two middle-aged men were extremely shocked. It must be known that the heaven-devouring hand was a secret technique of the Ji clan. Its power was shocking. Legend has it that when cultivated to the extreme, the entire world could be contained within the palm of one's hand. Only the heaven-devouring hand has such power. The old man with the dragon head staff squinted his eyes. Light flickered in his eyes, and a powerful aura spread from his body. Rumble! The air around the old man trembled. Rays of celestial light of the great Tao revolved around him, giving people an extremely powerful pressure. The old man's name was Ji Yunlong. He was an expert of the older generation of the Ji clan. In terms of seniority, Ji Yunlong's seniority was above Ji Changkong's. Of course, Ji Yunlong had already chosen a side. He stood with Ji Changkong's group. Thus, Ji Yunlong naturally did not wish for Ji Changkong to return to the Ji clan. However, although Ji Changkong was framed and lost in the chaotic world for tens of thousands of years, he only managed to survive until the chaotic world reappeared after experiencing countless hardships and dangers. To be able to endure until the chaotic world reappeared, his mental fortitude was rare in this world. Ji Yunlong, don't waste your energy. You can't do anything to me. Ji Changkong looked at Ji Yunlong calmly and said, "Is that so?" Ji Yunlong waved his hand and ordered the two middle-aged men to step back. He himself walked forward and raised the dragon head staff in his hand. Rumble! The sound of thunder rang out, and 9 purple lightning bolts rushed out from the dragon head staff. They transformed into 9 huge dragons and pounced towards Ji Changkong, the clan's 9 thunder dragon rod. When Ji Changkong saw this, he finally remembered the dragon head staff in the old man's hand. It was a great treasure of the Ji clan. It was a Tao artifact refined from the bones of an ancient lightning dragon. A Tao artifact could be said to be the carrier of the great Tao. It contained nearly complete Tao patterns. Such a Tao artifact could only be refined by a holy venerate at the very least. On the other hand, the ancient thunder dragon was a connate life form that was born from lightning. It was peerlessly powerful, and even though it couldn't compare to supreme existences like the Grand Emperor, it wasn't much weaker. The thunder dragon's bone itself was a rare divine treasure that contained the power of the great Tao of thunder and lightning. The might of the 9 lightning dragon scepter refined from the thunder dragon's bone was naturally not weak. Heaven devouring palm. Ji Changkong directly used the Ji clan's great technique. He extended his right hand, and a black whirlpool immediately appeared in his palm. Boom! The space in front of his palm began to tremble, and pitch-black spatial cracks began to appear. It was as if the entire world was about to collapse. The 9 purple lightning dragons directly rushed towards Ji Changkong's hand. They were forcefully pulled over by an incomparably powerful force, and were about to be swallowed by the black hole in Ji Changkong's hand. What? Seeing this, Ji Yunlong couldn't help but be shocked. How did Ji Changkong become so powerful? Kill! The old man Ji Yunlong used all his strength to activate the 9 thunder dragon scepter. A terrifying destructive force exploded from the 9 thunder dragon scepter. The 9 dragons roared at the sky at the same time. Rumble! Endless power of thunder and lightning erupted from the 9 dragons. Streaks of purple lightning filled the void, turning the entire world into a sea of thunder. This was the 9 heavens violet lightning, the most powerful type of lightning in the world. Every single bolt of lightning could shatter a mountain ridge, displaying its terrifying might. The powerful lightning energy forcibly pushed Ji Changkong's heaven-devouring palm away. The vast and mighty heaven-devouring palm forced Ji Changkong to retreat. Whoosh! Ji Changkong's figure was like a phantom in the sky. He quickly retreated, leaving behind a series of afterimages in the sky. In just an instant he had retreated thousands of miles away, avoiding the range of the 9 heaven purple lightning, and landed on a mountain peak. Roar! The dragon's roar shook the sky. The 9 dragon shadows carried endless purple lightning and chased after Ji Changkong. A mountain peak was swept by the purple lightning and exploded, turning into dust. Humph! In front of the 9 thunder dragon scepter, even the heaven-devouring palm is not enough. The old man Ji Yunlong's voice resounded. His tone was filled with killing intent. He came out of the Ji clan's ancestral land with only one goal, and that was to kill Ji Changkong. The Ji clan leader did not like to see Ji Changkong. One must know that the current clan leader of the Ji clan was at a disadvantage when he fought with Ji Changkong for the position of clan leader. The older generation of the Ji clan did not think highly of him. However, the current clan leader of the Ji clan tricked Ji Changkong, causing him to fall into the chaotic world. After that, he became the clan leader of the Ji clan. The clan leader of the Ji clan was snatched from Ji Changkong. Of course, Ji Changkong was really unlucky. He underestimated the ferocity of his opponent. The fight for the position of clan leader did not require a life-and-death battle. However, he did not expect that his opponent wanted him dead for the position of clan leader. Preposterous! Ji Changkong stood on the mountain peak, his long hair fluttering behind him. He stared at the 9 dragon shadows, his body emitting a vast and mighty purple chi. I will devour the 9 dragons for you to see. Ji Changkong roared and used the heaven-devouring palm with all his might. He used all his strength, and his clothes were instantly shattered by the power that erupted from his body. Heaven-devouring palm with both hands. Ji Changkong's body surged with power. The power in his body directly gathered in his hands. Buzz! The air trembled. A pitch-black whirlpool appeared on Ji Changkong's hands. The whirlpools quickly grew bigger and bigger. The 2 whirlpools actually covered half of the sky. The sky was collapsing and the earth was shaking. Bolts of purple lightning entered the 2 pitch-black whirlpools and were refined by the heaven-devouring palm. The power of the Ji clan's heaven-devouring palm was definitely not simple. It could devour the heaven and earth and absorb the essence of the heaven and earth for its own use. Reckless. Ji Yunlong's aged voice came from the purple sea of lightning. No one was clearer than him about the power of the 9 lightning dragon staff. One must know that he was the user of the 9 lightning dragon staff. Rumble! The 9 dragons released endless purple lightning. A terrifying destructive aura filled every inch of the sky. This was a power that caused people to despair. It could destroy everything. The purple sea of lightning followed the 9 dragons and rushed towards Ji Changkong. Bolts of lightning were directly devoured by the 2 black whirlpools. The extremely terrifying destructive power was actually attracted by the heaven-devouring palm. The powerful lightning was constantly refined. Ji Changkong's aura was constantly increasing. The power of the 9 lightning dragon staff was too strong. Very quickly, bolts of lightning appeared on his body. The feeling of the lightning on his body was not good. One must know that the lightning represented the power of destruction in the world. Wherever the lightning passed, all life would be severed. Ji Changkong's physical body was incomparably strong, but he still felt that it was somewhat unbearable. Burst you! Ji Yunlong directly drove the 9 lightning dragons towards the 2 black whirlpools formed by Ji Chankong's heaven-devouring palm. Boom! One of the dragons rushed into the whirlpool. The entire black whirlpool immediately trembled and actually showed signs of collapsing. "I'll devour." Ji Chankong used all his strength. The black whirlpool trembled and actually devoured the lightning dragon. At the same time, a dragon-shaped wound appeared on his body. This was the final power of the 9 lightning dragon staff released from Ji Chankong's body. It injured him. This was the power of the great Tao. With Ji Chankong's current cultivation, it was difficult to completely refine it. What? Ji Yunlong found it hard to believe. This Ji Chankong could actually devour the power of the 9 lightning dragon staff. This caused him to be in disbelief. One must know that the 9 lightning dragon staff was an important treasure of the Ji clan. Rumble! At this moment, another dragon rushed into another whirlpool. At the same time, Ji Chankong's body trembled. Bolts of purple lightning wandered around his body, emitting crackling sounds. Pooh! There was a flash of blood. The instant the huge dragon was swallowed by the whirlpool, another bloody wound appeared on Ji Chankong's body. A stream of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. Good, let's see how you hold on. When Ji Yunlong saw this scene, he continued to use the power of the 9 lightning dragon staff to attack Ji Chankong. The third dragon, emitting endless lightning, rushed over. Ji Chankong clenched his teeth and endured. He used all his strength to execute the heaven-swallowing palm and absorbed the third dragon. Without any suspense, a third dragon-shaped wound appeared on Ji Chankong's body. Blood had already dyed his upper body red. Some parts of his bones were even exposed. I'll risk it. Ji Chankong knew that it was hard to get off the back of a tiger. If he retreated, he would only die. If he persisted, there was still a chance of survival. The 9 lightning dragon staff was truly worthy of being an important treasure of the clan. Although Ji Chankong had mastered the heaven-swallowing palm, his cultivation was not enough. He could not display the true power of this great technique. One dragon after another was devoured by him. His body was badly mutilated. Fresh blood dyed the soil under his feet. When the 8th dragon-shaped wound appeared on his body almost collapsed. I'll send you on your way. Chapter 2569. The might of the 9 lightning dragon staff was earth-shattering. The 9 lightning dragons displayed their terrifying might. However, Ji Chankong used his own strength to block the 8 lightning dragons. Roar! Ji Chankong roared angrily on top of the mountain. His entire body was drenched in blood. The soil under his feet was already dyed red with blood. Drops of blood with a faint purple glow continuously dripped from his body to the ground. The 8 dragon-shaped wounds on his body were a ghastly sight. The dragons on the wounds bared their fangs and brandished their claws, as if they could charge out of his body at any time. These were injuries of the great Tao. Even if Ji Chankong cultivated the heaven-devouring hand, he could not dispel this power. He could only force it out of his body. Rumble! The heavens and earth shook. Purple lightning illuminated the heavens and earth. The 9th lightning dragon charged towards Ji Chankong. This was the strongest and also the last lightning dragon. The 9 lightning dragon staff displayed its strongest might. The terrifying power of lightning tore the heavens and earth apart. The sky seemed like it was going to collapse. Come! Ji Chankong raised his head to the sky and roared. His eyes were filled with incomparable sharpness. He stared at the lightning dragon rushing towards him. His battle intent surged. Even if he were to face such an existence, he would not retreat. In the primal chaos world, he had encountered even more dangerous things than this. Roar! Ji Chankong roared again and again. His hands gradually joined together. The 2 black whirlpools in the sky also merged, becoming one. The vast and mighty heaven-devouring power emitted from the black whirlpool multiplied. Boom! A large area of the void collapsed and was swallowed by the black whirlpool. The endless lightning that bombarded down from the sky was directly swallowed by the black whirlpool. It turned into pure worldly essence and was absorbed by Ji Changkong's immortal body. It is impossible for you to survive under the 9 lightning dragon staff. Obediently accept your death. Ji Yunlong's disdainful voice came from high up in the sky. In his opinion, Ji Changkong would die without a doubt. One must know that the power of the 9 lightning dragon staff was not something someone of Ji Changkong's level could contend against. Is that so? Ji Changkong sneered. Roar! The lightning dragon roared. The entire heaven and earth trembled. The lightning dragon, that was as large as a mountain, directly collided with the black whirlpool in the sky. Rumble. The 2 extremely powerful forces were fighting against each other. Surprisingly, the dragon formed by the purple lightning was not devoured by the black vortex. The black vortex was showing signs of collapsing. Bolts of lightning tore through the void, leaving behind pitch-black spatial cracks wherever they passed. Pooh! Ji Changkong spat out a mouthful of blood. His body cracked again. A dragon-shaped wound appeared on his forehead. It looked like his head was going to explode. The great Tao energy from the 9 lightning dragon staff wanted to destroy Ji Changkong's soul. It hasn't even been devoured by my heaven-devouring hand, and the great path injury is already appearing? Ji Changkong was incomparably shocked. This 9th purple thunder dragon was very strong. It was much stronger than the previous 8 dragons. This was the embodiment of the strongest power. I want to survive. Ji Changkong roared furiously in his heart. His gaze was incomparably resolute. His entire body was releasing rays of immortal divine light. It was as if purple lightning was circling around him. Boom! The powerful lightning dragon stretched out its claws and tore through the void. The black vortex shook violently and almost collapsed. Preposterous! I'm going all out. Ji Changkong roared furiously. He directly soared into the sky and pounced into the black vortex. You! In the purple lightning sea. Ji Yunlong was incomparably shocked when he saw this scene. He never would have thought that Ji Changkong had cultivated the heaven-devouring hand to such a level, transforming my body into the heaven-devouring hand, devouring the heaven and earth. Ji Yunlong muttered to himself. His voice trembled. Rumble! The black vortex grew bigger and stronger. The heaven-devouring power that flowed out from the vortex grew even stronger. The endless lightning power was constantly devoured and refined. Roar! The lightning dragon roared. It was as if it had a life of its own. It seemed to have sensed a threat. It actually crazily charged towards the black vortex that was trying to devour it. However, the black vortex continued to devour its power. Its power kept increasing while the lightning dragon's power kept decreasing. As time went by, the lightning dragon was actually sucked in by the black vortex. It could not struggle free and was gradually at a disadvantage. How is this possible? Ji Yunlong found it hard to believe. This was the power of the 9 lightning dragon staff. Roar! The lightning dragon roared. It wanted to tear the void and rush out of the black vortex. However, it was a little too late. The black vortex that had devoured the endless power started to suppress the lightning dragon. Ji Changkong's body transformed into the heaven-devouring hand, displaying the power of this great technique to the extreme. Die. Ji Yunlong continuously activated the power of the 9 lightning dragon staff. Endless lightning power burst out from the staff. 9 dragon-shaped lightning Tao patterns appeared on the staff. The lightning dragon displayed a terrifying destructive power. The black vortex shook violently as if it was about to collapse. However, the black vortex did not truly collapse. It stubbornly persisted. Finally, under Ji Yunlong's dumbfounded gaze, the ninth lightning dragon, was actually devoured by the black vortex. Following that, the entire purple lightning sea was devoured. An extremely terrifying energy fluctuation appeared between the heavens and the earth. Rumble, a faint sound of thunder came from the depths of the sky. A terrifying fluctuation that seemed like it was about to destroy the entire heaven and earth came down from the sky. This was the power of heaven's wrath. It was above the heavenly Tao. It could even kill sages. It was the existence of the power of heaven's wrath that forced the ancient sages to choose to seal themselves. What? Even Ji Yunlong was shocked to the extreme when he sensed the terrifying aura of destruction descending from the sky. He seemed to have done something extremely stupid. Ji Changkong's power had already surpassed the limits of the mortal world. He had attracted the descent of the power of heaven's wrath. The black vortex disappeared and a figure appeared in the void. An incomparably powerful aura spread out from his body. The entire heaven and earth trembled. I originally wanted to continue suppressing it, but now Ji Changkong knew that he could no longer suppress his cultivation. He had already touched the limits of the mortal world and attracted the power of heaven's wrath. Ji Yunlong's expression changed when he felt the energy fluctuation from Ji Changkong's body. Ji Changkong was about to become a sage. This was not a good thing. Actually, what Ji Yunlong did not know was that Ji Changkong had already suppressed his cultivation for a very long time. He wanted to find the flying immortal land and undergo his tribulation. The flying immortal land was a very special place. It was not within the 3 realms or the 5 elements. It was outside of the 6 Taos. Even the power of heaven's wrath could not sense its existence. It was precisely this kind of place that cultivators dreamed of undergoing their tribulation. Here, quasi-sages could undergo the sage tribulation and become sages above the heavenly Tao. This was one of the few legendary places that even the power of heaven's wrath could not reach. The flying immortal land was located within these ruins. However, it wasn't an easy task to find out about this place. It required great luck. What are those bastards doing outside? In the flying immortal ruins, He Tian was carefully exploring a place. However, the outside world was in chaos. Strangely, no matter how intense the battle outside was, the ruins were not affected at all. Even the power of the 9 lightning dragon scepter could not damage a single blade of grass in the ruins. Whoosh! At this moment, Ji Changkong's figure flashed and disappeared into the void. He actually charged into the flying immortal land just like that. Seeing this scene, Ji Yunlong was shocked. One should know that the flying immortal land was a famous, dangerous place in the ancestral star. Even the powerful ancient sages were not willing to enter this place easily. The flying immortal land was very dangerous. How could it be easy to find the real flying immortal land? Since ancient times, countless geniuses had entered the flying immortal land in search of the real flying immortal land. However, no one had ever succeeded. However, the instant Ji Changkong charged into the flying immortal land, all sorts of strange phenomena appeared in the flying immortal land. Immortal palaces appeared in the flying immortal land. The flying immortal land seemed to have fairies singing from the 9 heavens. It was as if countless immortal palaces had appeared in the endless ruins. This sudden change shocked He Tian. However, he soon discovered that these were all illusions and not real things. Numerous blurry figures, numerous illusory immortal palaces. What were all of these foretelling? No one knew. This was the secret of the flying immortal land. Perhaps only existences at the Supreme Being level were qualified to know the secret. He Tian sensed some kind of fluctuation of the great Tao. This made him extremely shocked. At this moment, Ji Changkong was bathed in immortal light. A path of immortal light appeared under his feet. This path of immortal light extended into the depths of the flying immortal land. At this moment, an ancient jade talisman on Ji Changkong's neck released an immortal light. It was this jade talisman that resonated with some kind of power in the flying immortal land. This was a guiding force that had never appeared before. This was because it was a legend. According to the legends, people with great luck could be guided to the real flying immortal land. Whoosh! He Tian's figure disappeared in the void. In the next moment, he also stepped onto the path of immortal light. Ji Changkong never expected that someone could step onto this path of guidance. He was about to say something when the path of guidance sent the two of them into another world. This is the legendary flying immortal land. Ji Changkong was extremely shocked. This was definitely a rare immortal land. There were spiritual mountains floating in the sky, and there was a heavenly spring of life flowing on the ground. It was filled with vitality. Chapter 2570. The true land of flying immortals could not be entered by those without great fortune. It was a special place, outside of the 3 realms and 6 Daos. Even the power of heaven's wrath could not touch this place. It was a holy land that all quasi-sages yearned for. However, this land of flying immortals had disappeared after a great change in the past. Some said that an ancient sect had severed the passage between the land of flying immortals and the outside world. Some said that the land of flying immortals flew away by itself. However, no one knew the truth. All these rumors could not be trusted. However, the ancient jade talisman that Ji Changkong had obtained by accident was a treasure that could allow one to enter the land of flying immortals. Even Ji Changkong himself did not expect this. The land of flying immortals was very quiet. The immortal birds and spirit beasts were very peaceful. They did not run away in panic because of Ji Changkong and He Tian's arrival. Primal chaos qi, yin-yang qi, 5 elements qi. How is this possible? At this moment, He Tian was stunned. He saw a mountain spewing 5 elements divine light floating in the void in the distance. He also saw a ball of primal chaos divine light faintly appearing in another direction. In the void, yin and yang qi interweaved as if they were evolving the world. What is this place? He Tian was very excited. This was definitely a holy land for cultivation. All sorts of spiritual energy gathered here. There seemed to be all sorts of perfect Taos here. Could it be that this place was the birthplace of a supreme being? When he thought of this, even the experienced and knowledgeable Black Sky found it hard to believe. One had to understand that this type of place only existed in legends. When a supreme being achieved the Tao, the supreme being's great Tao would throw the world into chaos, opening up a unique world. In such a place, there were all kinds of power of the great path emerging. It seemed to be a flawless great path, but this was just an illusion. He Tian knew that the 5 elements Tao, Yin-Yang Tao, and even the primal chaos Tao were not perfect Taos. It was because a perfect Tao created a prime. It's you. Ji Changkong knew of He Tian. After all, he had followed Gu Fei in the primal chaos world for a period of time. He Tian also knew of Ji Changkong's existence. Brat from the Ji clan, I didn't expect it to be you. He Tian was also surprised, but when he remembered that this place was the Crepe Myrtle ancestral star, he understood. The Ji clan was the ruler of the Crepe Myrtle ancestral star, a great clan that controlled the entire planet. This was something unimaginable in other ancestral planets. It should be known that an ancestral planet was extremely huge, and its territory was boundless. Since ancient times, even the Supremes could not control the entire ancestral planet. However, in the ancestral Myrtle Star, the Ji clan had achieved something that was almost impossible. They were the sole ruler of the entire star, and no other force in the star could contend against them. Back then, Supreme Ziwei was from the Ji clan, and it was precisely because the Ji clan was the lineage of a supreme that they were able to control the entire ancestral star. Although supremes have disappeared for countless years, he must have left behind a way for the Ji clan to continue ruling the Crepe Myrtle ancestral star. Ji Changkong was a genius of the Ji clan back then. Naturally, he had to return to the Crepe Myrtle ancestral star. There was no one else in the land of ascension. It was as if no one had come here before. No one had left behind any traces. This made Ji Changkong feel incredulous. Could it be that no one had come here in the past? That seemed impossible. Otherwise, how could the ancient jade talisman he had obtained by chance resonate with this world? Good. I was looking for a place to undergo my tribulation. This is great. Hey, Tian couldn't help but feel excited after learning about this place from Ji Changkong. His cultivation had reached a bottleneck, but with the existence of heaven's wrath outside, he didn't dare to undergo his tribulation in the outside world. He didn't expect to enter such a special place. Above the saints was the saint ruler. Erebus was about to undergo the tribulation of the saint ruler. He did not want to waste time, so he directly came to a spiritual peak floating in the air and sat down cross-legged, sensing the great path of yin and yang in this world. Ji Changkong didn't go to the spiritual peaks floating in the void. Instead, he rushed to the ground and entered a valley where spiritual energy gathered. At this time, the news of the flying immortal land had already reached the Ji clan. The Ji clan leader was extremely shocked, especially when he knew that Ji Changkong had entered the legendary flying immortal land. He couldn't sit still anymore. The clan leader personally came to the flying immortal ruins. Unfortunately, the legendary land of flying immortals had already disappeared into the void. The strange phenomena on the ruins of the flying immortals had also disappeared. Preposterous! The clan leader had no choice but to leave. However, he sent 9 experts to guard the flying immortal ruins. Once Ji Changkong came out of the land of ascension, they would immediately kill him. While He Tian and Ji Changkong entered the legendary land of ascension, Gu Fei's indestructible battle body was still in seclusion on the soaring dragon ancestral star. Gu Zhong stood guard outside Gu Fei's seclusion grounds. Gu Fei's real body was still waiting in the depths of the fallen god sea, far away from the soaring dragon continent. At this time, a strange fluctuation came from Gu Ling's seclusion grounds. The aura of heaven's wrath descended from the sky. Gu Fei and Yan immediately rushed to Gu Ling's seclusion grounds. Ling is indeed my daughter. Haha! When Gu Fei sensed the powerful aura coming from Gu Ling's seclusion grounds, he could not help but laugh. This was a sign of becoming a saint. His daughter was about to become a saint. Gu Ling was the descendant of Gu Fei and Yan, the 2 saints. Her bloodline was extremely powerful. As someone with the bloodline of a saint, her starting point had already surpassed most living beings. Following the awakening of his bloodline power, Gu Ling's cultivation soared by leaps and bounds. Even Gu Fei was shocked by this improvement, but at the same time he was a little worried. Gu Ling's cultivation was rising too quickly, and this didn't seem to be a good thing. Just as Gu Fei was about to take out the mountain and river cauldron to help Gu Ling block the power of heaven's wrath, the saint aura coming from Gu Ling's seclusion grounds suddenly retreated like a receding tide. It quickly disappeared. Gu Fei felt that it was strange. Could it be that Gu Ling felt the threat from the sky and sealed herself? Is my daughter coming out of seclusion? Beside Gu Fei, Yan looked at Gu Ling's seclusion grounds expectantly. After all, the hearts of mother and daughter were connected. She had not seen Gu Ling for a while and missed her. However, Gu Ling did not come out of seclusion. Her seclusion grounds were completely silent. Gu Fei could not help but nod. His daughter was well aware of her situation and was in a good state of mind. She did not come out of seclusion right away and continued to consolidate her cultivation. In the end, Gu Fei and Yan left. They knew that no one would dare to harm their daughter. Even so, Gu Fei still buried the violet gold divine sword outside Gu Ling's seclusion grounds. In reality, Gu Ling had the Run Huang divine mace to protect her. There was no need for Gu Fei to leave such a trump card. At this time, on the Falling Stars continent, after the Red Dragon successfully passed the tribulation, everyone was working hard to cultivate. They knew that others were afraid of the power of heaven's wrath and did not dare to pass the tribulation. But they did not have such concerns. In particular, Gu Fei's disciple, Yao Yu, was cultivating crazily. She asked Gu Fei to help her improve her cultivation. Gu Fei immediately set up a killing formation and sent Yao Yu into it. Since it was a killing formation, this formation was naturally filled with danger. This was a trial for Yao Yu, but such a method was exactly what Yao Yu needed. Rumble, in a large formation in the ancestral land of the demon clan. There was a strange sound like thunder. In an open space, countless formation patterns emerged and intertwined, evolving into a part of the void. At this time, Yao Yu was in the middle of a battlefield, facing all kinds of extremely powerful wild beasts. Under her feet, there were already 5 or 6 terrifying wild beasts that had fallen. However, there were still 9 extremely powerful wild beasts surrounding her. Their fiendish auras were vast and mighty. These 9 wild beasts let out deep roars as they stared fiercely at Yao Yu. It was as if they would pounce on Yao Yu at any time. Yao Yu knew that this was a kind of killing field evolved from a killing formation. This was no different from a real battlefield. If she was injured here, her life would be in danger. Roar! A wild beast covered in black scales suddenly roared. Its 4 limbs pushed off the ground, and its huge body, which was like a small mountain, immediately rose into the air and pounced on Yao Yu. Swoosh! The wild beast's sharp claws directly tore the void, grabbing at Yao Yu. Come on! Yao Yu roared. Both her feet stepped on the ground, and her whole body shot up into the sky. Then she stretched out her right hand and pressed it down on the wild beast. Bang! The void shook, and a huge blue hand appeared between the heaven and earth, slapping down on the wild beast. The powerful water element power was vast and mighty, and ripples that could be seen with the naked eye spread out from the huge hand. She directly used the heaven-covering palm. The huge hand covered the sky, and the huge hand formed by the water element power directly enveloped the wild beast below. Boom! With a loud sound, the huge hand slapped down, and the wild beast was smashed into pieces by Yao Yu's heaven-covering palm. It immediately died. However, at this time, a green sharp claw swept towards Yao Yu, leaving 3 bloody scratches on her back. Yao Yu backhanded a punch, avoiding the mysterious wild beast that was hidden in the fog. Come on, I will finish you all at once. Although Yao Yu was injured, her battle intent was still as strong as ever. She made a grabbing motion in the air with her right hand, and a blue divine sword immediately appeared in her hand. Chapter 2571. Yao Yu was sent into a killing formation by Gu Fei to train. The killing formation evolved into a battlefield, allowing Yao Yu to fight against incomparably strong beasts. As a martial artist, fighting was the foundation, raising one's cultivation and combat strength in battle. Breaking through the shackles of cultivation was the most important part of a martial artist's cultivation, because martial artists were born to be fighters. In the battlefield evolved by the killing formation, Yao Yu was facing 8 ferocious and powerful beasts. She was still calm and composed, even though she was injured. Yao Yu stood in the air. She glanced at the beasts that were approaching her. Her eyes were incomparably sharp, and her battle intent was like a rainbow. On her back, there were 3 bloody claw marks that were flowing with blood. She had completely forgotten about the pain. The muscles all over her body were tense, ready to release an incomparably tyrannical power at any moment. This was the advantage of a martial body. The martial body contained incomparably strong power. It was the most suitable to fight with an opponent for a long time, exhausting them to death. Roar! The beasts roared. After the beast that was hidden in the fog succeeded in its attack, it retreated and waited for the next opportunity to attack. It was a cunning beast. The other beasts had tyrannical strength. They took heavy steps and slowly approached Yao Yu. The incomparably strong and ferocious aura caused the entire world to shake. The power of the killing formation was constantly increasing. The strength of the beasts that evolved from the killing formation was also constantly increasing. The terrifying aura caused the world to lose its color. Do you think that Yao Yu will be in danger? On a mountain peak, far away from the killing formation, stood a man and a woman. The man was dressed in black and looked like an ordinary person. He did not emit any tyrannical aura from his body. He was not very handsome, but he was very pleasing to the eye. Standing beside the black-robed young man was a woman in white. This woman had a peerless appearance and an extraordinary temperament. She did not look like someone that could be seen in the mortal world at all. Don't worry. Injuries are inevitable, but she won't die, the black-robed young man said. In the ancestral land of the demon clan, other than Gu Fei and Yen, no one else had this right. The young man and woman on the mountain peak were Gu Fei and Yen. A great change is about to occur. Only the strongest will be able to survive. Yen said, Is a change about to occur? Gu Fei suddenly looked up into the sky. His gaze was extremely deep, and there were Tao patterns faintly visible in it. It was as though he wanted to see through this universe. At this time in the killing formation, Yao Yu had already fought with the beasts. It was an extremely fierce battle. Although she killed all the beasts, she was also seriously injured and almost died. This kind of life and death battle was the best and most direct way to stimulate the potential of the Yao Yu martial body. When the Yao Yu martial body recovered, it would definitely become even stronger. There was no doubt about that. Yao Yu sat cross-legged in the middle of the killing array, surrounded by darkness. After the ferocious beasts created by the killing array were killed, the killing array would automatically gather energy and prepare for the next wave of attacks. During this period of time, it was the best time for Yao Yu to heal her injuries. When the next wave of attacks was launched, her martial body would completely recover. Soon, Yao Yu's body was enveloped by a misty water vapor. A powerful water elemental energy was rapidly condensing, emitting a powerful fluctuation. At this time, all the old antiques in the human realm felt that a change was about to occur. The power of heaven's wrath was about to disappear completely. Once the power of the 3 realms and 6 Daos disappeared, the ancient saints would definitely jump out at the first moment. This would be a great upheaval for the entire cultivation world. The ancient desolate forces would have no scruples. This was an unprecedented challenge for Gu Fei. No one knew what would happen to the 3 realms and 6 Daos after the power of heaven's wrath disappeared. However, there was one thing Gu Fei could be sure of. The stronger one was, the more likely they would be to survive in this upcoming chaotic world. Tung Long Continent, in the eastern imperial city of the eastern region. Gu Fei's indestructible battle physique was still deducing the ancient formation. At this time, no one dared to cause trouble. It was rare for the eastern imperial city to calm down. Even the spies sent by the various forces outside the city, Lord's Mansion, had lessened. The Dongfang clan still didn't make any moves. Ever since Dongfang Yifeng was rescued by Dongfang Xian, he never appeared again. Some people were puzzled by the Dongfang clan's reaction. One should know that the Dongfang clan was a powerful clan that could contend against the ancient desolate forces. Such a clan naturally had the resources to deter all the other forces. Although Gu Fei and his disciple were powerful, they could still kill them and take back the eastern imperial city if they used their ancestral weapon. Time was passing by. There wasn't much time left for the agreement between Gu Fei and the middle-aged man. This made Gu Zhong unable to sit still. He had fought against the middle-aged man before and knew how powerful he was. Moreover, the middle-aged man was wearing the 4 spiritual battle armor and immortal venerable battle armor. Gu Zhong was a little worried because he knew that his master didn't bring the supreme weapon back to the Tung Long continent. He didn't know what his master's chances of winning against such an opponent were. Rumble! On a dark and windy night, the sound of thunder came from Gu Fei's seclusion ground. Rays of divine light broke through the seal of the seclusion ground and rushed out. finally succeeded? Gu Zhong, who was sitting cross-legged outside the seclusion ground, suddenly opened his eyes. 2 rays of light shot out from his eyes like 2 lightning bolts in the darkness. He grabbed the Thunder God's spear and stood up. Buzz! A rumbling sound came from Gu Fei's seclusion ground. At the same time, countless ancient runes interweaved and reformed around Gu Fei's body. Gu Fei's body was radiating divine light. Under the guidance of his powerful divine sense, an ancient formation was finally formed, emitting a boundless aura. The runes of the formation were branded in the void. A mass of divine light flashed. An ancient grand formation was slowly operating. Every rune was radiating dazzling divine light. It's finally done. Gu Fei stared at the grand formation. His entire body felt like it was going to collapse. He was simply too tired. From the start, he hadn't stopped, not even when the middle-aged warrior was fighting Gu Zhong. Chapter 2572. There's movement at the formation. In the ancestral land of the Falling Star Continent's demon clan, an old man and a giant serpent guarding the ancient array platform were alerted. Both the old man and the giant snake were extremely shocked. Ever since Gu Fei's indestructible battle physique had used this ancient formation platform, no one had used it again. I have to tell my big brother. The giant snake dashed out in a flash. Did he succeed? The old man muttered to himself. His voice was trembling. If it was really as he thought, then the entire overseas forces would make a big move. At this moment, the ancient runes on the ancient formation lit up continuously. A powerful wave of energy was emitted from the formation. The ancient formation was reviving. Furthermore, no one was causing it to revive. The formation was reviving on its own. Very quickly, figures rushed over from all directions. The formation is reviving. Did the Lord succeed? The person who arrived first was enveloped in a ball of fire. Within the fire, the shadow of a firebird could be faintly seen, emitting a powerful aura. It was the Iron Blood Taoist. After Gu Fei returned to the Falling Stars continent, the affairs of the Falling Stars continent were still managed by the Iron Blood Taoist. It could be said that Gu Fei had become a hands-off shopkeeper. Very quickly, the 12 great bandits arrived as well. The important figures of the 3 continents had also arrived. Everyone was extremely excited. They knew very well what this meant. In reality, the 3 continents had already cut off contact with the Tunglong continent. No one was willing to risk getting lost in the sea of the fallen gods and venture out to sea. Finally, Gu Fei and Yen arrived together. Gu Fei landed on the ancient formation. The moment he stepped on the ancient formation, the entire ancient formation immediately emitted a dazzling light. Buzz! The space shook and a portal appeared before Gu Fei. He did not enter the portal. Instead, he was sensing something. Very quickly, he smiled. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in the portal and walked out. The person who walked out of the void portal held a divine spear that flickered with lightning. He gave off a strong sense of oppression. It was as if a mountain had suddenly pressed down on everyone's hearts. This is an expert. Everyone was shocked. However, at this moment, that person suddenly knelt before Gu Fei, who was standing in front of the void door. Master! That person put down the divine spear in his hand and knelt at Gu Fei's feet. He seemed to be extremely emotional. His body was trembling, and tears were flickering in his eyes. Get up. Gu Fei was a little emotional when he saw that person. He stretched out his hand to help the person up. After that, the ancient spirit platform gradually stopped operating, and the door that had appeared in the void disappeared. This person was Gu Zhong. Gu Fei's indestructible battle body had finally succeeded in reversing the flow of the ancient teleportation formation, allowing Gu Zhong to cross the endless void and arrive at the Falling Star continent. Gu Zhong's arrival made everyone extremely excited. They finally didn't have to hide in the ocean anymore. They could come to the Tunglong continent. Many people yearned to go to the tongue-long continent, especially the ancient sages. Even the three honored ones were the same. One should know that the tongue-long continent was a world of experts in the cultivation world of the ocean. In the East Royal City's city, Lord's Mansion, Gu Fei's indestructible war physique was building a formation platform. Pieces of incomparably precious divine materials were refined into bricks by him and then used to build the formation platform. Previously, he broke through the treasury of the governor's mansion of the East Royal City and obtained the treasures of the Dongfang clan. Now, what he lacked the least were divine materials. Violet azure essence iron, yin-yang jade, chaos stone, and other divine materials were all refined by him into bricks, becoming the unremarkable bricks on the array platform. Each of these divine materials was a rare divine material in the world. Ordinary cultivators might not even have seen them before. Even a sage-level expert would be tempted by these divine materials. However, Gu Fei's indestructible battle body was used to refine them into bricks to build the formation platform. If the higher-ups of the Dongfang clan knew about this, they would probably vomit blood because of Gu Fei's indestructible battle body. Soon, a formation platform was built. Then, Gu Fei's indestructible battle body started to imprint the ancient formation diagram that he had spent several months to deduce on the formation platform. As the runes were imprinted into the formation platform, an ancient formation began to take shape. A formation platform built with rare divine materials was a very good carrier. It could bear the ancient runes. If it was a formation platform built with ordinary materials, it would definitely not be able to bear the runes. 3 days later, the formation platform was completed. It was located in the backyard of the governor's mansion. It was surrounded by divine light. Every brick on the formation platform was made of rare divine materials. When Gu Fei's indestructible battle body imprinted the last rune on the formation platform, the entire formation platform immediately emitted a dazzling divine light. It was as if a divine sun had appeared on the earth. What happened? At this time, all the cultivators in the East Royal City were alarmed. Some powerful cultivators even rushed out directly to the sky and looked in the direction of the governor's mansion. Someone discovered the divine light in the backyard of the governor's mansion. They couldn't help but be shocked. They sensed a powerful wave of energy spreading from the backyard of the governor's mansion. What are Gu Fei and his disciple doing? Some people whispered. No one knew that Gu Zhong had already left the East Royal City. He had even left the Tongue-Long continent and gone to the Falling Stars continent. Could it be that the two of them are doing something big again? Some people guessed. Then, the spiritual chi from all directions began to gather towards the newly built formation platform. The runes imprinted on the formation platform lit up continuously. This formation platform was not only used for interregion transportation, but it could also directly leave the Tongue-Long continent. Even the ancient powers might not have such a long-distance teleportation formation. Of course, if it was the inheritance of the Supremes, they might have a more powerful teleportation formation. It should be known that the Supremes of the ancient times were supreme beings who could roam the 3 realms and 6 Tao. Every ancestral star had left their footprints on it. There might be a teleportation formation between the 5 ancestral stars of the human world. This kind of teleportation formation could not be compared to ordinary teleportation formations. At this time, the ancient teleportation formation platform in the ancestral land of the demon race on the Falling Stars continent lit up again. A void door appeared on the formation platform. Rumble. Chapter 2573. Rumble. The platform vibrated, and a powerful wave of energy came from the East Royal City, Lord's residence. The platform was completely activated, and a blurry void door appeared on the platform. Gu Fei's indestructible battle physique stood in front of the platform and watched this scene unfold. At that moment, he suddenly raised his head and gazed into the horizon. He saw a chariot rapidly approaching the East Royal Kingdom from afar. The chariot was pulled by 3 serpents. Each serpent gave off a powerful and ferocious aura. All the cultivators in the East Royal City were shocked. The powerful aura from the chariot made the sky feel like it was about to collapse. However, this was only a feeling that cultivators had. The stronger one's cultivation was, the more terrifying the feeling would be. However, the mortals in the city didn't feel anything at all. It's here. The eyes of Gu Fei's indestructible battle physique flashed, and an incomparably powerful aura erupted from his body. The chariot crossed the void and came to the sky above the East Royal City. The middle-aged warrior standing on the chariot was surprised to see the platform in the Lord's residence. "You're quite punctual." Gu Fei flew up to the sky and came to the opposite side of the chariot. "This isn't your real body." The middle-aged warrior glanced at Gu Fei and said. Gu Fei couldn't help but be startled. This person was very powerful and terrifying. He was able to see through Gu Fei's real body at a glance. This was something that had never happened before. "Are you really the legendary 4 spiritual immortal sovereign?" Gu Fei's indestructible battle physique's expression became solemn. The opponent gave him an invisible pressure. This pressure was so strong that he couldn't help but be moved. "Humph!" The middle-aged warrior smiled and didn't say anything. "Come, let me see who you are." Gu Fei said. 9 golden Tao patterns emerged from his body, emitting a powerful aura of the great Tao. It was as if a golden god of war had appeared in the sky. "Although it's powerful, it's just a refined tool. I'm not interested in fighting you." The middle-aged warrior shook his head and said, "Good fellow, who do you think you are?" Gu Fei chuckled. He had never met such a person before. To think that he would dare to look down on him. Even if it were an immortal lord, he would not dare to do so. "I want to fight your real body." The middle-aged man glanced at Gu Fei and said indifferently. He had no intention of attacking, as if he really didn't put Gu Fei's indestructible war physique in his eyes. "Defeat me first. Only then will you be qualified to fight against my real body." Gu Fei's indestructible battle physique was like a rainbow. His long hair fluttered even though there was no wind. A heaven-shaking aura erupted from his body. The powerful force caused the surrounding space to tremble. All right then. The middle-aged warrior took a step forward from the war chariot and instantly approached Gu Fei's indestructible war physique. He stretched out his hand and pressed it against Gu Fei's indestructible war physique. Humph! Gu Fei's indestructible war physique sneered and punched forward. The golden fist light illuminated the heaven and earth. Just a punch was enough to shatter the void. Bam! When Gu Fei's fist collided with a middle-aged combatant's palm, a transparent ripple spread out from the middle-aged combatant's palm. The strongest punch was actually blocked by the middle-aged combatant just like that. What? Gu Fei's indestructible war physique was taken aback. The opponent's palm was as soft as water. Gu Fei's fist actually felt weak. Roar! Gu Fei's indestructible war physique roared. His right arm shook and an even more powerful force erupted from his fist. Wang! The void trembled. Gu Fei's indestructible war physique's fist seemed to have turned into a resplendent golden sun. This was a kind of pure yang energy that actually shook the middle-aged warrior's palm away. Huh. The middle-aged warrior seemed to be taken aback. Then his palm also shook. Lines of Tao emerged from his palm, and the power of the great Tao erupted. Boom! The middle-aged warrior's palm pressed forward, breaking through the heavy metal elemental energy, and once again pressed on Gu Fei's fist. The heavy power of the great Tao spread out from his palm. Gu Fei's indestructible battle physique only felt an irresistible force being transmitted from the other party's palm. His body was sent flying out uncontrollably. This, Gu Fei's indestructible war physique, was incomparably shocked. This middle-aged warrior was truly too powerful. Perhaps not even an immortal Venerable could match up to such an existence. As I said, a tool of war is just a tool of war. The middle-aged warrior took another step forward like a shadow. He reached out his palm once more, pressing it towards Gu Fei's indestructible war physique. The divine light of the great Tao emerged from his palm. This palm displayed a supreme power that could crush everything. Without any suspense, Gu Fei's indestructible war physique was once again sent flying by the middle-aged warrior's palm. Countless cracks could be seen on half of his body, as though it would collapse at any time. So strong, Gu Fei's indestructible war physique was extremely shocked. His indestructible war physique couldn't even withstand a single blow from this middle-aged warrior. This was an existence that even the indestructible war physique couldn't resist. Damn it. Gu Fei's indestructible war physique directly cast the secret word of Wu. A layer of misty immortal light spread out from his body, destroying the void that was enveloped by the immortal light. Secret word of Wu. The middle-aged warrior seemed very surprised. He hastily retreated, not daring to be enveloped by the misty immortal light. He instantly returned to the war chariot. Roar! The old dragon roared and pulled the war chariot away in an instant, avoiding the spreading misty immortal light and stopping in the sky. At this time, the space portal on the formation platform in the city, Lord's Palace, completely appeared. Then, an extremely powerful aura spread out from the space portal. It was as though a supreme existence was about to cross over from the space portal. This is, in the distant sky, the middle-aged warrior standing on the war chariot suddenly changed his expression. He then directly drove the war chariot and rushed into the distant sky, leaving just like that. What's going on? Seeing this scene, Gu Fei's indestructible war physique couldn't help but be surprised. Why did this guy retreat just like that? At this time, a figure appeared behind the space portal. The powerful aura made the world tremble. At this moment, all the cultivators in the East Royal Kingdom were terrified. What's going on? Is a supreme existence coming to the East Royal Kingdom? Someone exclaimed. Rumble! Thunder rumbled from the depths of the sky. This was a sign that the power of heaven's wrath was about to be activated. A terrifying aura of destruction descended from the depths of the sky. This was a terrifying aura that could make all living beings in the world feel despair. After the figure in the space portal sensed this aura, the supreme pressure from the space portal immediately retracted. Then, a figure walked out from the space portal. It was a handsome young man in purple robes. This young man was like the incarnation of the immortal path. The aura of the great Tao revolved around him, and 9 immortal rings appeared behind his head. This person was Heavenly Emperor Ziyang. To be precise, he was Immortal Sovereign Ziyang. What's going on? Why is there that person's aura here? After Heavenly Emperor Ziyang walked out of the space portal, he immediately frowned. He then took a step forward and disappeared into the void. At this time, all the cultivators in the East Royal Kingdom heaved a sigh of relief. He left just like that. Gu Fei's indestructible battle physique was surprised to see Heavenly Emperor Ziyang, leaving right after crossing a region. At this time, another powerful figure appeared in the space portal above the formation platform. Then that person walked out. This person was shrouded in a layer of fiery light, like an ancient god of fire. As soon as he walked out of the space portal, the temperature in the city, Lord's residence, rose by a lot. My lord, the iron-blood Taoist hurriedly came forward to greet Gu Fei's indestructible battle physique. Gu Fei's indestructible battle physique nodded and did not say anything. At this time, one powerful figure after another appeared behind the space portal and walked out. In an instant, incomparably powerful auras were emitted from the city, Lord's residence. What's going on? Why are there so many experts in the city, Lord's residence? All the cultivators in the East Royal Kingdom were extremely shocked, especially the spies of the Dongfang family in the city. All of them were staring at the city, Lord's residence. No one knew what was happening in the city, Lord's residence. Everyone was extremely curious, but no one dared to peep at the city, Lord's residence at this time. This time, Gu Fei's real body did not come to the East Royal Kingdom. However, there were many overseas experts from the Falling Stars continent who crossed over to the East Royal Kingdom. There were 7 or 8 saint-level experts. Even Heavenly Emperor Ziyang came. This time, Gu Fei let these people take the lead. An hour later, the formation platform in the city, Lord's residence, gradually stopped operating. The space portal above the formation platform disappeared into the void. In the city, Lord's residence, stood a group of incomparably powerful experts. This was a terrifying force. Even if one of them walked out, the entire East Royal Kingdom would be shaken. What's going on? Why are there so many experts in the city, Lord's residence? Sensing the incomparably powerful auras coming from the city, Lord's residence, all the cultivators in the East Royal Kingdom were extremely shocked. There were 7 or 8 true saintly auras coming from the city, Lord's residence. This made the spies of the Dongfang family feel very uneasy. Perhaps something terrible was about to happen. Very soon, the Iron Blood Taoist led the 12 great bandits into action. All of the Dongfang family's strongholds in the East Royal Kingdom were directly wiped out. Chapter 2574. Gu Fei's revenge against the Dongfang clan finally began. Apart from the Dongfang clan's ancestral land, all the strongholds in the eastern region were razed to the ground by the Iron Blood Taoist and the 12 bandits. The entire eastern region was in turmoil. All the forces related to the Dongfang clan hurriedly jumped out to disassociate themselves from the Dongfang clan. Heavenly Emperor Ziyang also returned, but he didn't catch up with the middle-aged fighter. This shocked Gu Fei's indestructible combat physique. Heavenly Emperor Ziyang was an immortal sovereign, and not an ordinary one at that. He was a primordial immortal sovereign. Heavenly Emperor Ziyang had a great background. He was the 9th and last disciple of the Supreme Taoist ancestor. The Supreme Taoist ancestor only accepted 9 disciples in his lifetime. As the youngest disciple, Heavenly Emperor Ziyang received the inheritance of the word Wu, created by the Supreme Taoist ancestor. The word Wu was the nemesis of the other 8 secrets. It could suppress the other 8 secrets. The Supreme Taoist ancestor passed this secret technique to Heavenly Emperor Ziyang. This was enough to show how much importance the Supreme Taoist ancestor placed on Heavenly Emperor Ziyang. With Heavenly Emperor Ziyang, the 12 bandits, led by the Iron Blood Taoist, were invincible. Wherever they went, no one from the Dongfang clan could contend against them. All the experts of the Dongfang clan retreated to the ancestral land. With the ancestral weapon of the Dongfang clan guarding there, no one could break into the ancestral land for the time being. Moreover, Gu Fei's real body hadn't returned from overseas. Heavenly Emperor Ziyang and the others were only the vanguard. Even so, the powerful arrival of Heavenly Emperor Ziyang and the others was enough to change the power structure of the entire eastern region and break the balance between all parties. Although the Zhao clan of the ancients didn't say anything, the entire clan had already prepared for the worst and recalled all the experts in various regions. Even with the foundation of the ancients, they had to be careful. Soon, these people learned about the origin of these experts. These people came from overseas in the depths of the God-fallen sea. This news immediately caused a sensation in the entire eastern region. Then, all the super forces of the Tunglong continent were alarmed. How did the forces of the God-fallen sea come to the Tunglong continent? Someone asked this question. One had to know that the cultivators between the Tunglong continent and the fallen God Sea had been isolated for countless years. Now that they had suddenly appeared, no one could understand why. No one knew how powerful this overseas force was. Very soon, the attention of all the superpowers in the Tunglong continent was attracted to the eastern region. This force had changed the power structure of the eastern region. Moreover, it was very likely that it would affect the power structure of the entire Tunglong continent. If this was really the case, a superstorm would engulf the entire Tunglong continent. At that time, many people would die. It should be known that every faction had their own territory, and no one wished for their territory to be taken away by others. There would definitely be resistance, and a great battle was bound to occur. All the forces began to prepare, especially the primordial Zhao family. One had to know that the primordial Zhao family's territory was in the eastern region. At this time, Heavenly the Archzeong and the others had yet to touch the primordial Zhao family's interests. But once Heavenly Emperor Purple Sun and the others touched upon the primordial Zhao family's interests, the primordial Zhao family would naturally react. Rumble! At dusk, the sky was filled with sunset clouds. A city was turned into ruins with a rumble. This was the second big city controlled by the Dongfang family, second only to the Eastern Imperial City. However, such a big city was forcefully broken through by the Iron Blood Taoist and the others. The entire city was destroyed. None of the disciples of the Dongfang family in the city could escape. Of course, the Iron Blood Taoist and the others were not easy to kill. When the city was besieged, all the ordinary people in the city had already fled. The people left in the city were those who were loyal to the Dongfang family, and those disciples who were unwilling to leave. At this time, in a cave deep in the ancestral land of the Dongfang family, there was a vast amount of chaotic energy. The cave was taking in and spitting out the chaotic energy. In the depths of the cave, there was a stone coffin floating. This place was a forbidden area in the ancestral land of the Dongfang family. Usually, even the master of the Dongfang family, Dongfang Qin, was not allowed to approach this place. But now, a group of high-ranking members of the Dongfang family had gathered outside the cave. The leader of this group was not Dongfang Qin, the current master of the Dongfang family, but two white-robed old men. These two old men's status in the Dongfang family was clearly higher than Dongfang Qin's. They were the only two remaining elders of the Dongfang family. These two elders were definitely antiques who had lived for countless years. At this time, no one spoke. They all stared nervously at the chaos cavern in front of them. Inside the chaos cavern, a stone coffin floated in the chaotic energy. There was no aura coming from the stone coffin. It was simple and unadorned, as if it had existed since the beginning of time. Could it be that the great ancestor is still in a deep sleep? The high-ranking members of the Dongfang family were all bewildered. No one's consciousness could enter the chaos cavern. Even the two elders did not know about the stone coffin. The family has already reached a critical juncture of life and death. Could it be that the legends of the family are false? Some of the high-ranking members of the Dongfang family felt uneasy. After all, Gufei had already begun to act. The Dongfang family could only hide in the ancestral land, not daring to leave. This was too depressing. Just as everyone was feeling a little disappointed, a stone coffin floating in the chaotic energy seemed to shake. This shocked the high-ranking members of the Dongfang family. However, at this time, an incomparably powerful figure appeared on a mountain peak outside the ancestral land of the Dongfang family. What a great land of ascension! A divine land in the human world. A middle-aged man in a purple robe appeared on the mountain peak amidst the swirling purple energy. This person was Heavenly Emperor Zeong. The arrival of Heavenly Emperor Zeong made the experts guarding the ancestral land of the Dongfang family very nervous. "Who are you?" "This is my ancestral land. Leave at once." A young expert, holding a divine cauldron, walked out. "Humph!" Heavenly Emperor Zeong sneered. He waved his hand, and a purple immortal light immediately rushed out of his hand, striking the expert of the Dongfang family. The immortal light streaked across the sky like a rainbow. It directly pierced through the great formation protecting the ancestral land of the Dongfang family and pierced through the young expert. The young expert immediately turned into a cloud of blood mist. Even the divine cauldron in his hand shattered. What? When the others saw this, their shock was no small matter. Although it was only the first layer of the Great Formation, it was indeed an ancestral formation. It was extremely powerful. Even if a Saint Emperor were to come, he wouldn't be able to break through this formation. However, this person easily broke through the formation and killed a powerhouse. At this time, all the experts of the Dongfang family in the first layer of the ancestral formation felt a chill in their hearts. It was hard to imagine what kind of existence this was. Even the ancestors of your family have to be courteous to me. Who do you think you are? Heavenly Emperor Ziyang glanced at the experts of the Dongfang family in the first layer of the ancestral formation and said disapprovingly, "Just who are you?" A white-haired old man walked up and stared at Heavenly Emperor Ziyang on the opposite mountain peak. "You don't have the right to know who I am," Heavenly Emperor Ziyang said indifferently. All right. The old man's gaze became fierce and fierce. He didn't make a move. Instead, he directly led the experts in the first layer of the ancestral formation and retreated into the second layer of the ancestral formation. The ancestral formation that enveloped the entire ancestral land of the Dongfang family had a total of 9 layers. The 9 layers of the ancestral formation made the ancestral land of the Dongfang family impregnable. Since ancient times, it seemed that no one had been able to break through the ancestral land of the Dongfang family. Heavenly Emperor Ziyang didn't make another move. These people weren't worth his time. He carefully observed the human god land in front of him. In the human world, there aren't many divine lands like this. After a long time, Heavenly Emperor Ziyang retracted his gaze and closed his eyes. After pondering for a while, he directly soared into the sky and left the ancestral land of the Dongfang family. Seeing that Heavenly Emperor Ziyang had left, the old man in the second layer of the ancestral formation heaved a sigh of relief. The pressure that Heavenly Emperor Ziyang gave him was too great. Just who is this person? The old man muttered to himself. The identity of Heavenly Emperor Ziyang was very mysterious. The people of the Dongfang family only knew that there was at least one Saint Venerable in Gufei's camp. However, no one knew the origin of this Saint Venerable. Could it be him? The old man said in shock. At this time, the upper echelons of the Dongfang family were gathered in the Chaos Cavern. No one paid attention to the sudden arrival and departure of Heavenly Emperor Ziyang. The people of the Dongfang family naturally didn't know the identity of Heavenly Emperor Ziyang. If they knew the origin of Heavenly Emperor Ziyang, these people wouldn't be so calm. However, just as the powerhouses of the Dongfang family were holed up in the ancestral land, another force in the eastern domain, the demons, also became restless. In the area where Taishan Mountain used to be, an incomparably huge demonic cave was swallowing and spitting out incomparably pure demonic chi. The demonic chi connected the sky and the earth, and there was a vague demonic shadow inside. The internal affairs of the human race. The opportunity for us, the demons, has come. An old voice came from the depths of the demon cave. There was a demonic nature in the voice. This was a kind of demonic voice. If a cultivator with a weak cultivation heard this voice, he was afraid that the inner demons would be drawn out and there would be the danger of becoming a demon. At the edge of the demonic territory, the figures of demons began to appear. Ferocious and terrifying demonic beings began to rush out of the demonic territory from time to time. They slaughtered in the territory of the human race and collected the souls and essence of the human race. The territory of the Dongfang family was constantly being attacked by demonic beings. Some powerful demon generals began to appear and directly occupied the territory that originally belonged to the Dongfang family. Preposterous. Chapter 2575. Demons were the greatest enemies of all living beings in the world. Demons brought about death and destruction. Demons used the blood and divine souls of all living beings to cultivate and improve their cultivation. Wherever demons appeared, there would be no lack of bloodshed. Just as Gu Fei and the Dongfang family were fighting, the demons of the East region began to move and began to encroach on the Dongfang family's territory. The territory of the Dongfang family was enough to make any cultivation power in the Tung-Long continent jealous. It was a big piece of meat, but not everyone could have a bite of it. Those who knew about Gu Fei's background chose to watch from the sidelines. Even the Zhao family of the ancients, who almost formed an alliance with the Dongfang family, chose to remain silent. However, the demons jumped out at this time. Rumble! At noon, a demon general led his demon soldiers and attacked a city controlled by the Dongfang family. Pitch-black demon qi shrouded half the sky. The human city was in chaos. The demons attacked, and it was impossible for them to resist. It should be known that the people of the Dongfang family had fled the city. The remaining cultivators guarding the city were all old and weak soldiers. There were no experts at all. In the past, the demons would not attack the city at all with experts of the Dongfang family guarding it. However, it was different now. What should we do? When the cultivators guarding the city saw the surging demonic energy rapidly approaching the city, everyone on the city wall was shocked. Within the demonic energy, one could vaguely see a ferocious demonic shadow. Haha, such strong qi and blood. There's a lot of blood in this city. The leading demon general laughed loudly, and the countless demon soldiers standing behind him also laughed loudly. The wanton laughter caused everyone in the city to feel a chill down their spines. Just as the demons arrived, the defensive array of the city was activated. Countless Dao patterns rushed out from the surroundings of the city, intertwining to form a layer of light screen that enveloped the entire city. Haha! Do you want to struggle before death? Devil Qi blotted out the sky and covered the earth. On top of the devil clouds stood a tall devil general wearing devil armor. He had 2 black devil horns on his head. This demon general exuded a heaven-shaking, baleful aura. Demonic shadows flickered around him, struggling. They were formed from the resentment of the countless lives that had died in his hands. To be able to form such a baleful aura, it was unknown how many living beings had died in the hands of this demon general. Who will go and break the formation? The demon general said to the demon soldiers standing behind him. It's my turn this time. Just then, the leader of the demonic soldiers, who looked like a small mountain and wielded a mace, walked over. This was a demonic stone that was cultivated from a demonic stone. Very good. Stone, this time it's your turn. The demon general nodded and said, Roar! Hearing this, the stone demon immediately roared in anger and rushed out. He rode on a demonic cloud and pounced towards the city below. His demonic might was astonishing. Boom! The stone demon swung the mace in his hand at the layer of divine light above the city. The entire layer of divine light shook and countless runes appeared. Roar! The stone demon roared at the sky, and his violent aura instantly increased. Lines of demonic runes appeared on his body, and the power of the demonic path erupted, surging towards the mace in his hand. Boom! A loud sound was heard as the stone demon swung his mace down again. This time, the layer of divine light above the city shook violently and cracks appeared on it. This is bad. Seeing this scene, the cultivators in the city were terrified. Without an expert to hold the fort, the true power of the city defense formation could not be unleashed. Even a small demonic soldier was able to shake the city defense formation. This time, Stone Demon got lucky. The leader of the demonic soldiers, standing behind the demon general, said with a smile. At this moment, a monstrous demonic aura enveloped the entire world. Even though it was noon, the area around the city seemed to have fallen into darkness. The sky was dark, and demonic figures could be seen faintly. Chilly winds howled, and the area seemed to have turned into a demonic domain. The humans in the entire city were terrified. They knew very well that if the demons outside were to break through the city defense formation, the consequences would be unimaginable. One should know that wherever the demons passed, Not even the fowls and dogs would be spared. Boom! Loud crashing sounds were heard continuously. An entire world was shaking. The loud sounds seemed to be knocking on the hearts of everyone in the city, causing them to feel an extremely strong sense of oppression. Haha, this tortoise shell is really hard. The stone demon laughed wantonly and smashed the mace in his hand continuously. Cracks appeared on the layer of divine light, densely packed like a spider's web. It looked as though the layer of divine light could collapse at any time. The stone demon is about to succeed. That much blood and flesh is enough to raise his cultivation by 1 level. Behind the demon general, the leader of the demonic soldiers was filled with envy. With the stone demon leading the charge, he would be the first to enter the city and would be the first to enjoy this feast. To the devil race, humans and other creatures were food that could increase their cultivation. All the devil race members were accumulating power, waiting for a chance to strike. When the defensive formation of the city was breached, they would swarm in and devour all the living creatures in the city. The devil general coldly stared at the scene. Although there were many living beings in this city, it wasn't worth it for him to act personally. The living beings in this city would be given to his subordinates as a reward. Boom! With a loud bang, the layer of divine light that enveloped the entire city finally shattered. It turned into boundless light and dissipated into the void. Ha! The stone demon laughed and swooped down towards the city below. A terrifying demonic aura swept down from the sky, suffocating all the living creatures in the city. Blood and flesh, they are all mine. The stone demon laughed and rushed towards the terrified humans in the city. However, at this moment, a fist appeared in front of the golden golem all of a sudden. What? The golem's shock was no small matter. Bam! The fist smashed into the golem's right eye. The powerful impact smashed the right side of the golem's skull into pieces. The stone demon, who had lost half of its head, was sent flying into the sky by the punch. Its entire stone body was cracking, and a demonic soul wrapped in demonic light rushed out. However, it soon dissipated into the void. What? The leader of the demonic soldiers who had rushed down from the sky were shocked. What was going on? How could the stone demon be killed? At this moment, a figure appeared in the city. He raised his head and looked at the demonic god with disdain. Roar! At the same time, an angry roar came from the sky. The eyes of the demon general who was standing on the clouds shot out 2 blood-red beams at the city below. Humph! Chapter 2576. Gu Zhong killed the stone devil with a single punch, causing the demons to turn pale with fright. They hurriedly stopped and no longer dared to pounce towards the city below. Although the flesh and blood below was delicious, they would never be able to enjoy such flesh and blood again if they were to die. Who's that person? He actually killed that rotten stone with a single punch. The voice of a leader of the demons who had the head of a bull and the body of a human was trembling. Didn't they say that there weren't any human experts in this city? How did such a powerful expert suddenly appear? The group of demon leaders led countless demon soldiers to a stop in the sky, forming a black mass that emitted an earth-shattering demonic aura. However, countless demon soldiers were stunned by a single figure. One must know that the stone devil wasn't a weakling. Among the leaders of the demons, he was definitely one of the top existences. Moreover, the physique of the stone devil was different from the rest. It was a demonic stone that had gained sentience and cultivated to become an expert of the demons. Its demonic body was incomparably tough, and ordinary divine weapons wouldn't be able to harm it at all. This person could actually kill the stone devil with a single punch. This kind of combat strength was simply too frightening. Only a Lord Demon General would be able to deal with this fellow. I didn't think that there would be such a powerful expert in this small human city. The demonic clouds rumbled. On top of the clouds, the Demon General muttered to himself. Gu Zhong's appearance was out of his expectations. It seemed like the information he had gathered previously was wrong. The experts of the demons were definitely not reckless people. The reason why they dared to snatch the territory of the Dongfang family was because they were well prepared. However, it seemed like things weren't going as smoothly as the experts of the demons had expected. At this moment, Gu Zhong, who was standing on top of a roof in the city, made his move. He stretched out his right hand and pressed it towards the sky. Retreat! Just as Gu Zhong made his move, a loud roar rang out from the clouds. The group of demons trembled, and the leaders of the demons immediately soared into the sky, wanting to lead their subordinates to retreat. However, it was too late. Rumble, a huge golden hand appeared in the void and slapped towards the sky. The huge hand enveloped all directions and actually enveloped a part of the world. Roar. A series of furious roars echoed in the sky. Then, like an ancient golden mountain, the giant golden hand crushed through the sky. Clouds of bloody mist appeared, and countless demonic soldiers were crushed into bloody mist by the golden hand. Their bodies and souls were destroyed, and even the powerful leaders of the demonic soldiers were no exception. On the cloud, that devil general was greatly alarmed. He hurriedly acted, wanting to save those devil soldiers. However, Gu Zhong was incomparably powerful. At this moment, it was already too late for him to act. Buzz! The void trembled as boundless demonic chi formed a peerless demonic saber, slashing down from the sky. The terrifying saber light sliced through the heavens, as though it was going to split the entire world in half. The demon general attacked furiously, swearing to kill this human who had killed all his subordinates on the spot. However, the power displayed by the golden hand was far too great. The peerless demonic saber was shattered by the supreme power that erupted from the hand when it slashed at it. What? The demon general was extremely shocked. Only now did he realize that he had underestimated this powerful human. The strength of the other party had far exceeded his imagination. Rumble! The heavens and earth trembled. After destroying the peerless demonic saber, the golden hand continued, slapping towards the demon general above the demonic clouds. The powerful force caused the demon general's expression to change. The demonic clouds that enveloped the entire sky dissipated under the slap of the golden hand. Light from the outside world shone in, and the sky was no longer dark. Bam! Without any suspense, that demon general was sent flying by Gu Zhong's heaven-encompassing palm. He coughed out blood continuously, evidently having suffered a huge impact. Merely SOO. Gu Zhong shot up into the sky from the city. Using the 8 desolate steps, he chased after the demon general, who was sent flying. Bam! He stomped down with his foot. That demon general screamed in pain as his body was crushed by this stomp. A ball of demonic light shot out from the blood mist, soaring into the sky, wanting to escape. This was the devil general's devil soul, primordial spirit. It wanted to escape. Humph! Gu Zhong sneered. A golden light emerged from his glabella. This golden light turned into a golden Dao sword, slashing towards the ball of demonic light. Swish! The sword light flashed, destroying the ball of demonic light. The soul of the demon general that was enveloped by the demonic light was instantly destroyed. A powerful devil general was easily killed by Gu Zhong just like that. At this moment, the cultivators in the city were dumbfounded. They initially thought that they were dead for sure, but they didn't think that there would be a peerless expert hiding in the city. There was no doubt about the strength of the demon general. He was at least an immortal emperor. No one in the city was a match for such an existence. Who is that person? How could he kill a demon general so easily? Heaven-encompassing palm. That person couldn't be Gu Zhong, right? All the cultivators in the city were bewildered. Gu Zhong had fought in place of his master. Even some of the weaker cultivators knew of his existence. The boundless devil chi was dispersed by Gu Zhong. The sun shone brightly in the sky. There wasn't a trace of devil chi left. The invading demons were all annihilated. Humph! Do you really think that there's no one left in the human race? Gu Zhong stood high up in the sky, looking in the direction of the Devil Cave. His eyes flickered. Although he had killed the demon general, his battle intent didn't diminish. Swish! He vanished into the void. No one could see how he did it. Not long after Gu Zhong left, a fiery light rushed over from afar. Within the fiery light, a silhouette could be vaguely seen. Powerful fire, elemental energy, spread out from the silhouette. Iron Blood Taoist had arrived. Where did that bastard Gu Zhong go? Iron Blood Taoist sensed the surrounding qi. His expression gradually turned solemn. That direction, could it be that bastard is trying to break into the Devil Cave? Iron Blood Taoist muttered to himself. After pondering for a moment, he turned into a fiery light and rushed towards the direction of the Devil Cave, disappearing into the horizon very quickly. At this time, a great battle broke out in the vicinity of the Devil Cave. A golden silhouette was rampaging in this devil domain. Wherever he went, none of the demons could withstand a single strike from him. Very soon, the entire domain was boiling. Devil beasts roared and demons bellowed. Powerful silhouettes rushed out from the direction of the Devil Cave. However, like moths flying into a flame, those powerful demons were smashed into balls of devil blood by a pair of golden fists. Their bodies and souls were destroyed. Roar! Chapter 2577. When Gu Zhong charged into the devil's domain, the Iron Blood Taoist sent the news back. Gu Zhong, this brat! Hearing this news, Gu Fei's indestructible war physique didn't say anything. The demons had been very restless lately, and it was time to teach them a lesson. However, no one knew which demons were guarding the depths of the Devil's Denver. For safety reasons, Gu Fei sent out the 12 great bandits. He then left the East Imperial City. With Heavenly Darch Xiong guarding the East Imperial City, he wasn't afraid that the Dongfang clan would attack the city while it was empty. At this moment, Gu Zhong was like an ancient golden god of war that had descended into the world. His entire body radiated with golden light, and 9 golden patterns of the way appeared faintly on his body. With every punch, patterns of the way rushed out from his fists. The power of the Great Path was vast and invincible. Bam! A ferocious demon the size of a small mountain was immediately smashed into a bloody mist and dissipated in the void. Both its body and soul were destroyed. Roar! At this time, an extremely powerful divine came from the front. Then, heavy footsteps could be heard and the ground shook. A dazzling black light appeared in front of Gu Zhong. It was like a black sun, and it emitted a terrifying demonic aura. When Gu Zhong saw the devil charging at him, his heart couldn't help trembling. It was a pitch-black devil dragon, a bone dragon. The devilish light that resembled a black sun was a soul devil flame that bloomed from the bone dragon's skull. The demonic soul fire was incomparably vigorous, and this bone dragon's combat strength was also incomparably strong. Moreover, this was the bone of a saint-level demon dragon. There were black, demonic patterns on the bone, and demonic light circulated. Finally, a decent opponent. When Gu Zhong saw this bone dragon, the battle intent in his body was immediately ignited. The golden aura on his body pulsed like a golden divine fire. Boom! The void trembled. As soon as the bone dragon appeared, it opened its mouth and spat out a pitch-black, demonic fire towards Gu Zhong. Under the burning of the demonic fire, the void was silently annihilated. Within the demonic fire, demonic markings were faintly discernible. This was a kind of terrifying demonic fire that even sages would retreat upon encountering. If one was burned by this kind of demonic fire, even the physical body of a sage would not be able to withstand it and would be burned to ashes. Come! Gu Zhong's will to fight was like a rainbow. He broke through the layers of demonic fire and attacked the bone dragon. 9 golden patterns appeared on his body, activating the power of the Great Path and blocking the demonic fire outside his body. Swoosh! Just as Guzhong was nearing the bone dragon, a pitch-black bone claw directly grabbed at him from the sky. On the bone claw, a black light rushed out and tore through the void. Guzhong roared and punched upwards. He used the metal element fist. The powerful fist energy was like a volcanic eruption, causing the void in front of his fist to tremble. Boom! Guzhong's fist collided with the bone claw descending from the sky, resulting in a loud explosion. The two powerful forces unleashed a terrifying might. The black, demonic markings and the golden patterns intertwined and destroyed each other. The huge bone dragon was pushed back by Guzhong's punch, causing the ground to crack. Guzhong, on the other hand, was like a golden divine mountain, motionless. Again, Guzhong was incomparably powerful. His whole body emitted an indomitable momentum. When his eyes opened and closed, there was a dazzling golden light blooming. A huge golden hand appeared in the void, emitting a shocking wave of power. It directly slapped at the bone dragon. A pitch-black spatial crack suddenly appeared in front of the huge golden hand like black lightning. From the spatial crack, there was chaotic chi seeping out. Guzhong used the sky-covering palm. The bone dragon knew that it was powerful. It also used its full strength. The demonic soul fire in the bone dragon's skull emitted a bright black light. It rose like a black sun and pressed forward. A terrifying demonic aura spread in all directions. At this time, the nearby demonic creatures had retreated far away. No demons dared to approach. Most of the demons couldn't intervene in a battle of this level. Bam! Guzhong's sky-covering palm directly slapped on the black light. A powerful martial arts power erupted. 9 golden patterns emerged on the huge hand. The demonic light was directly hit back, and the 9 demonic patterns were hidden in the demonic light. After Guzhong's golden hand shook off the ball of demonic light, it continued to move forward and firmly slapped the demonic dragon's body. Cracking sounds rang out incessantly as the massive bone dragon was sent flying by Guzhong's palm strike. Countless cracks appeared on its bones, which were even harder than sacred artifacts. Guzhong fell from the sky and landed on the ground. At this time, the huge golden hand dissipated in the void. He was surprised to see that the bone dragon didn't collapse after withstanding his palm. The heaven-encompassing palm that he had unleashed earlier could even shatter a sacred artifact. However, this bone dragon was not shattered by his attack. Could it be that this guy's bones are harder than divine artifacts? Guzhong muttered to himself. The way he looked at the bone dragon was a little different. This bone dragon was definitely an extremely powerful existence when it was alive. He didn't give the bone dragon a chance to breathe. He directly used the 8 desolate steps and took a step forward. In an instant, he approached the bone dragon that had just stabilized its body. Buzz! As Guzhong waved his hands, 2 dazzling sword rays immediately rushed out from his hands and shot towards the bone dragon. The bone dragon sensed danger. The demonic soul fire in its skull was beating violently. It wanted to retreat, but the 2 sword lights were too fast. The sword light instantly crisscrossed the bone dragon's body, splitting the bone dragon's gigantic body into 2. The lower half of the bone dragon's body fell from the sky, while the upper half of the bone dragon's body was enveloped by the demonic soul fire and shot into the sky. Humph! You still want to escape? Guzhong suddenly looked up at the bone dragon in the sky. Swoosh! A divine light of the great path rushed out from between his eyebrows. It turned into a sword and shot up into the sky. It directly slashed into the skull of the bone dragon. The demonic soul fire in the skull of the bone dragon was instantly extinguished. It was directly extinguished by the sword light of the great path. Even the soul imprint dissipated. An extremely powerful demonic creature was killed by Guzhong just like that. The upper half of the bone dragon fell from the sky, causing the ground to shake and dust to rise. Chapter 2578. Guzhong used one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, the primordial spirit Tao sword secret technique, to kill the bone dragon. However, a demonic figure silently appeared behind him as he killed the bone dragon. The demonic projection had fused with the surrounding space, becoming one with the world. There were definitely not many people in this world who could sense his existence. Guzhong was one of them. Good move. You actually managed to get behind me without me noticing. Guzhong didn't turn around. He was very calm. He knew that the devil behind him was very strong and was worthy of him, using all his strength to deal with it. At this time, his spirit, energy, and spirit were all concentrated on the devil behind him. He cultivated one of the 9 esoteric secrets of the immortal Tao, the anti-void esoteric art. He had mastered the void esoteric art, so he could naturally sense the mysterious, demonic shadow's arrival. You can actually discover me. Amazing. The devilish figure behind Guzhong said. 2 blood-red lights lit up in the sky. Those were the eyes of the devilish figure, blood-red pupils. What's so difficult about that? He just happened to sense the existence of the demon behind him. The other party had very deep attainments in the great Tao of the void. He even suspected that the demon behind him had also cultivated the anti-void secret technique. Of course, throughout the ages, the supreme Tao ancestor was not the only one who had great attainments in the void great Tao. There had been many unparalleled demons. It was not strange that some demon race powerhouses cultivated the void great Tao and cultivated this Tao to a high level. Since ancient times, only a handful of people have been able to cultivate the Tao of the void to its pinnacle. The fact that you were able to sense my arrival means that you are also an expert in the Tao of the void. The demon behind Guzhong said. Really? Guzhong declined to comment. At this moment, he didn't dare to be careless in the slightest, because he knew that if he revealed the slightest flaw, then his opponent would launch a lethal strike at him. This kind of attack that was launched with such a high concentration of essence, qi, and spirit, the power it displayed was absolutely terrifying. All of Guzhong's muscles were tensed up, and a layer of sweat had already appeared on his forehead. An incomparably powerful force was accumulating within his body, waiting to be unleashed. Right now, he was clearly at a disadvantage because his opponent was only a foot behind him, standing in the air. At such a close distance, if the demon suddenly attacked, even someone as strong as Guzhong would be in danger. However, the demon would not easily attack. You are very nervous. The devil behind Guzhong suddenly said. At this time, the surroundings were silent. The countless demonic creatures suddenly disappeared. Perhaps it was because of the demon that suddenly appeared behind Guzhong. In the dusky world, the demonic clouds in the sky looked like they were about to fall to the ground. The atmosphere in the entire infernal domain became extremely oppressive. Guzhong didn't say anything, but his clothes were drenched in sweat. You must be Guzhong from the human race. The successor of the martial ancestor's bloodline is indeed extraordinary. The demon continued. Guzhong was taken aback. He didn't expect the demon behind him to know about his origins. Haha, no need to be surprised. When you attacked just now, you used a martial arts combat skill. Only the successor of the martial ancestor's bloodline could cultivate such a powerful combat skill. In the entire Tonglong continent, it seems that only Gu Fei has obtained such an inheritance. The demon explained. Humph. Guzhong snorted coldly, but he didn't say anything. The 2 experts became silent. Guzhong didn't attack, and the demon didn't attack either. They were waiting for the opponent to reveal a flaw so that they could kill him in one strike. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, an hour had passed. Not a single demonic creature appeared in the surroundings. The demon standing behind Guzhong didn't summon any other helpers. As a famous expert among the demons, he still had some pride. Boom! At this time, a loud sound was heard. A fiery light suddenly appeared in the sky. The fiery light broke through the demonic aura above the infernal domain and descended from the sky. In the fiery light, there was a figure. In the fiery light, there was a vague figure of a red, divine bird. An incomparably powerful fire elemental energy spread out, dispersing the heavy demonic aura. The arrival of this expert had completely broken the peace of the infernal domain. Roar! At this instant, Gu Zhong roared in rage and instantly acted. Clanging sounds rang out from his body as rays of golden sword qi shot out from his body, piercing towards the devil behind him. Every ray of golden sword qi contained a golden Tao pattern. This was the sword qi of the great Tao, which could destroy everything. Buzz! The void trembled. The demon had no choice but to attack. A pitch-black beast claw stretched out from the demon's body and clawed at Gu Zhong. The sound of metal clashing was heard. The golden sword qi that rushed out from Gu Zhong's body slashed on the beast claw, leaving many wounds on the beast claw. However, the beast claw also displayed great power. A powerful demonic energy burst out from the beast claw and broke the golden sword qi. Swoosh! Gu Zhong's body flashed and turned into a sword of the Tao. He headed straight for the beast claw. The golden sword qi instantly sliced the beast claw into two, causing it to dissipate into the void. This sword qi was extremely powerful. After destroying the beast claw, it headed straight for the demon. Under the impact of the chilling sword qi, the surrounding temperature dropped rapidly. Swoosh! The demon disappeared into the void, wanting to avoid the golden sword qi that Gu Zhong had turned into. However, Gu Zhong had cultivated the anti-void secret skill and had grasped the profound meaning of the great Tao of the void. Just as the demon entered the void, the dazzling sword qi entered the void as well and chased after it. What? The demon was taken aback. He had not expected that this human's understanding of the great Tao of the void had reached such a level. To think that he would be able to chase after it. Swoosh! Wherever the sword qi passed, a sword wound appeared on the body of the demon. Demonic blood oozed out from the wound. This sword had forced the demon out from the void. Roar! The demon roared and opened his mouth to spit out a demonic saber, which went to meet the golden sword light that was chasing after him. The demonic blade clashed with the sword qi. However, the demonic blade was shredded by the sword qi very quickly. Gu Zhong's figure appeared in the void once more. How could this be?